Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Wantage and Didcot pre-COP Summit. I think we've got a really great set of speakers today. You won't be hearing much from me at all besides this intro. I think we've got some real experts from a range of fields, which I hope everybody will enjoy listening to. I'm holding this event really for a few reasons. One is that tackling climate change is very important to me. I know it's very important to you. We've got this big event at the end of the year where the UK can showcase what it's doing and try and pull the other countries in the same direction. And I also thought it would be a really good opportunity to showcase some great local organizations, some national ones too, but we've got an awful lot of really good organizations locally. Too many to showcase in one event. I think COP goes on for 12 days at the end of the year. We're just having a half day, but I hope you'll appreciate the ones that we've got. Now, as I think you know, one of the first things I did when I became an MP was join the Conservative Environment Network. And I've been very active with them, including becoming a net zero champion recently for nature-based solutions. I've been attending lots of events, which is where I met some of the people that I've asked to speak today. I'm a co-sponsor of the local electricity bill, which you'll hear about later. And I've got some other local initiatives coming soon. Now, from my point of view, I think the government's got a pretty good record compared to most other governments around the world. Our emissions are 40% down on 1990 levels. We've been going at the rate since 2012 that's comparable to what we need to in terms of cutting those. We've got a great 10-point plan for a green industrial revolution, which importantly has got the focus on jobs, so people don't think it's a trade-off between economic growth and making progress on the environment. And we're phasing out coal by 2024 and new petrol and diesel cars by 2030, and we're soon going to get £15 billion of green bonds as well, which I think will get more people engaged in this agenda. But when I first thought about doing this event, the very first person I wanted to try and have here as the keynote speaker was Chris Stark, and I'm delighted he agreed. He's the chief executive of the Committee on Climate Change, and he has been since April 2018. I first got to really listen to him when I was at a Green Alliance dinner, and I thought, the role of the committee is to be independent. So it's not about what I'd like him to say or the Labour Party, the Lib Dems, the Green Party would like him to say. They take an independent look at the progress we're making. They produced a report last week that was pretty critical. I think Chris is very clear, very objective, a real expert in the field, and I'm delighted that he will kick us off today. He was previously Director of Energy and Climate Change for the Scottish Government. He's worked across Whitehall, including at Treasury, which is a very important department for what we're trying to achieve here. So he will be giving us, I'm sure, a very thought-provoking presentation now, and then we will take questions. Now, just to say, in terms of how we'll run these sessions, I will only be looking in the Q&A box. So my staff will be looking at the chat, because at the end of today, we will send Alok Sharma our collective ideas and opinions and ask him to respond to those ahead of COP. That's one of the big purposes of today. But if you've got a question for Chris or for anybody else who comes later, please put it in the Q&A. I hope you have a really engaging chat and debate and argument with each other in the chat, and please do that. But if there's a question for one of the panelists, please put it in the Q&A, because that's how I will see it. And Chris, welcome, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Thanks for that very kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. I am in Glasgow today, where I live. So I have spent most of the last 18 months here. I've been down to London a few times where I normally train to work each week, but it's been a funny old 18 months, of course. And Glasgow is where we'll be hosting COP26. So it feels like quite an appropriate place to broadcast from. Hopefully, though, we'll be able to get back to some form of normality in the next few weeks and back to London working. David, I think for the next 15 minutes or so, I think what I'd like to do is to take you through a few slides, if that's all right. And my intention is to take you through some of the issues that you're going to hear a lot about at COP26, starting with the science and the international aspects of the challenge that we face, and then focusing more on the national challenge that we have in the UK. I'll try and sprinkle a bit of where I see the opportunity for local action along that way as well. So hopefully that can inspire a bit of discussion for the later sessions. But thanks so much for having me. It's an amazing set of speakers that you have, and it should be a good day. So let me see if I can share a screen. Hopefully you can see that, and what I'm going to do is take you through these slides. If you can't see the slides, or if you prefer not to see slides, don't worry. Sit back, just enjoy the discussion. I'll narrate the slides for you, and there's absolutely no need for you to look at them. But there's some quite compelling graphics I hope I can show you along the way. Just before I do that, just something about my organisation, the Climate Change Committee. So just as you said, David, I've been the chief executive of the CCC, as we know it, since 2018. And it's been an amazing period to be the chief executive, because over that period, there's been a huge shift in the national ambition to tackle climate change. And most of that, I'm very happy to say, has come through my organisation for advice. So I'll talk about this as we go along, but we are the organisation that was established by the UK's climate law, the Climate Change Act, back in 2008. And just as you said, David, our role is to be independent of government and to be the technical advisors on our progress on climate change. We have a number of roles, but we advise on the targets that we have in the UK. Government's not required to follow our advice, although so far they always have. We also advise on progress, and that was the report that we published last week, and I'll say something about that a bit later on. But it's a real privilege to do this, because it allows me to spend time in forums like this talking to you about climate change and trying to translate some of the science and the technical work. So I'm going to try and do that now. So let's begin here, which is, I think, the most important place to start, with a discussion of why this is an issue. And I absolutely love this chart. This is showing you nearly 1 million years of carbon dioxide concentration. Now, how on earth can I know what the carbon dioxide concentration is over 1 million years? And the answer is that you can actually take a core of ice from the poles of the planet and look at the bubbles within it. And it gives you a near perfect record of the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And that's a really important thing to know, because we know empirically that there is a connection between the concentration of carbon dioxide in the planet's atmosphere and the temperature on the planet. That's because carbon dioxide traps heat. So the more we have it around the planet, the more it acts like a blanket for the heat from the sun. So this is showing you 800,000 years of that carbon dioxide concentration. And hopefully you can see that kind of natural carbon cycle that we have. So carbon goes up, it goes down. It's laid down, it's grabbed by plants, it's plant food, and then it's laid down in deposits in the earth. And you see that cycle happening over time, and the temperature matches that cycle. Now, when you know that, this next chart, which just takes us to the modern age, should really trouble you. If you look at the line on the edge of that chart, that's not the edge of the chart, that's the actual trend on the graph. So that is the result of the last 150 years or so of using fossil fuels. That is because we in the UK, we began the journey towards fossil fuels with the Industrial Revolution, discovered something very, very useful about all that carbon that had been laid down over millions of years, that you could burn it and use it in an energy process. So as it's burned, as we use coal, as we use oil or gas, we release it back into the atmosphere. And this is actual data that is taken from the ice cores, as I mentioned, and then more recently from air sampling from about the 1950s onwards. This is showing you from the observatory in Hawaii. So we are now over 400 parts per million. And the interesting thing about that chart is that this is not the first time the planet has been at that level. We were there probably 2 or 3 million years ago. But 2 or 3 million years ago, the planet was a very different place. We had hardly any polar ice caps. The sea level was probably 10, 20 meters higher than it is today, and a much warmer planet all round. That's where we are today. We can reverse it, but it really depends on what we do next. So let's just have a look at what the implication of that line is. And this is just looking at the temperatures that we've seen since we started burning fossil fuels. And hopefully you can see there have been a couple of cold years. We're looking at a change in temperature from where we were in 1850. Been a few cold years, but the trend is very clear there. We have been warming the planet, particularly in the last 50, 60 years, and that is the greenhouse effect that you sometimes hear about, the global warming that has been caused by fossil fuels. Scientists think that it's close to 100% of that warming is due to the changes in the atmosphere that have been caused by what we've been doing on this planet. So that is the expression of the problem. That's the global issue that we face. If we just zoom out a little and just look at that temperature chart and look out into the future, this is the Paris Agreement that was signed in 2015. And the world agreed, every country of the world agreed that we would try and limit future warming from where it had been pre-industry to 2 degrees well below 2 degrees centigrade of warming, with best efforts to 1.5. And this is a very useful chart because it shows you just how close we are to that 1.5 degree threshold. And we know that lots of things happen in the natural world, particularly around that point, that we would rather not see happen, including most notably the loss of almost all of the coral reefs, somewhere between that 1.5 to 2 degree warming scenario. So we're at 1.2 now. So the challenge of keeping it to 1.5 is enormous. This just gives you a sense of what a strategy to keep temperatures to well below 2 might look like. But sadly, if you look across the global commitments that we have at the moment to limit fossil fuel use and to limit greenhouse gas emissions, we're on something that looks a bit more like this. The median of the pathways that we're on at the moment, and so if you look at the commitments that have been made so far, takes us to between 3 and 4 degrees centigrade of warming. This gives you an example. We're not entirely, there's a lot of risk around that, so it could be that it's a much higher degree of warming. So this is just showing you the extent of risk that we face. It's very difficult to describe a world at 4 degrees. We would be in a very difficult state. And note the time here. This is just by the end of the century. So this is now within lifetimes of people who are around us today. So the challenge of tackling this is not some future challenge, it's for us now. So let's just have a think about what we can actually do about that and how we can avoid the outcome that you see on the screen at the moment. So the question of what we do about this is then tied, of course, to the global challenge of cutting greenhouse gas emissions. And this just gives you a sense of what needs to happen. So the black line here is the historical picture, looking at global emissions since 1990. You can see that they've been going up. And what we need to do is to bring those emissions down as quickly as we can and to get to zero on that line. That's net zero. So that's global net zero. And that is the point when we will stop warming the planet. Now, important to say that the two lines that you see on this chart, the coloured lines, the blue and the red, are the same temperature targets that I showed you previously, the 2 and the 4 degrees, I beg your pardon, the 1.5 and the 2 degrees of the Paris Agreement. Obviously 1.5 is harder, 2 degrees slightly easier. But the implication of this chart is that if we want to meet the Paris Agreement that was signed by every country of the world a few years ago, we have to get to global net zero for all greenhouse gases in the middle of the second half of this century, around the 2070s. So that's the global goal. That's when the lines need to cross the chart. If I plot onto that the UK target of 2050 for all greenhouse gases, you can see that we're ahead of the global average, quite a bit ahead, about 20 years ahead. And the importance of that target is that if we in the UK achieve it, not just set the target, but achieve it, if other developed economies do the same, then we will guide the world to that 1.5 degree outcome that we really would like to see, certainly in that corridor between 1.5 and 2. That is a huge challenge. We have to pull about a handbrake turn in global emissions to achieve it, but it's absolutely worth doing, and I'll show you why now in just a second. So that's the global challenge. The question is how we achieve it. So let's just go into the UK story now. And the pathway that we have advised on achieving net zero in the last 6 months. So I'm going to start with by far the most boring slide that you will see today, but a really important aspect of our work back in December when we advised on what's called the 6th carbon budget. Now, why am I showing this very boring slide? It's because this is a very real constraint on the pace of progress. This is about asset lives. And the challenge actually of getting to net zero is very much about this issue of assets. The assets that we use in the UK today, the ones that use fossil fuels, are the cause of the emissions. So if we want to get to net zero, we have to turn over those assets that we use. You see some of them here, from high carbon to zero carbon. And hopefully you can see that some of those assets have a very long useful life. In fact, the average of an asset, if you buy it today, that uses fossil fuels is about 15 to 20 years of useful life. That's really important, because if you bought an asset today, then you might expect to be using it possibly as late as the 2040s. It's longer for some heavy industries. So getting ahead of that, getting to the point where we're able to switch over those assets as quickly as possible is one of the most important challenges. It's one of the most important constraints on the pace of progress for cutting emissions across the UK. And when I talk about assets, I'm talking about very useful things to us in our lives, the cars that we drive, the boilers that heat us in our homes, the plant and machinery that produce the products and services that we rely on. So really important to think about how we can turn over those assets as quickly as possible. When we've looked at that challenge in the round for the UK, this is the chart that we drew for UK ministers in December, and happily they have accepted this advice. So this is the UK chart. The black line is UK emissions, and as you said, David, it's 40% or thereabouts fall in emissions by 2019 on the 1990 basis. During the pandemic, we more or less halved emissions from where they stood in 1990. That will rebound next year because most of that was about us not using transport. The purple line here, or the blue line, the dotted line, is our recommended pathway to net zero. And the implication of it is that by 2030, we should have cut emissions by at least 68%. By 2035, around 80%. So that's a very important measure of the progress that we are now attached to, because those targets have been put into law. The 2035 emissions reduction has just been put into law by Parliament. That means that we must achieve that target, and 2050 must be achieved as well. So the question of how we get to it then becomes much more interesting, just zooming out to consider what we actually need to do to deliver that outcome. It's worth just dwelling on this chart. The top line on this chart, the heavy black line, is what would happen if we stopped trying to cut emissions in the UK. That's our baseline. You can see that we would expect, if we turned off all the climate policies, emissions to rise over time. And the bottom line there is that recommended path I've just talked about. And the stripes in between are how we abate carbon, as we would say, or how we reduce those emissions. It's broadly about four things. It's about improving our efficiency, our energy efficiency especially, reducing our demand for high carbon goods and services. So you see that in the top stripe. That's doing a lot of the work in the early years. About half of the emissions reductions are through that demand reduction and energy efficiency. Secondly, and by far the most important, is the kind of middle stripes, the red, the orange and the yellow. This is us adopting those low carbon technologies and assets I talked about. So that's the story of asset turnover. This is the electric cars. This is the heat pumps, the hydrogen technologies, the carbon that we hope to capture in industry in the future. By far the biggest wedge is electrification, which you see in orange there. That's us electrifying the economy. And alongside that, we're doing the blue stripe. That's number 3. That's expanding our low carbon energy supply. So that's us finishing the job of decarbonising power production. We've done really well on that in the UK over the last few years by closing coal-fired power plants. We've still got a bit more to do. We think by the mid-2030s we should have a zero carbon power system. And then we can use that energy, use that zero carbon electricity across the economy in new ways. And the last bit is the net and net zero. That's number 4. That's the offsetting bit. So that's the natural world, the natural carbon storage, growing trees, growing the kind of crops that can store carbon for us. So that's the overall plan. Within that, believe me, I will not go through each line on this, so don't panic. There is a different set of stories playing out in every sector of the economy. So for most sectors of the economy, we expect that emissions will get to close to zero over the course of the next 15, 20 years or so. Some sectors will find that very difficult. The two ones that are most obvious are the two Fs. Farming and flying. So farming is a source of emissions. We expect that to continue. It comes from the livestock on the land mostly. Flying is something that we would like to see decarbonised, but we think will continue to use fossil fuels into the future. So after 2050, I hope we will have zero carbon flight, but before 2050, it will be difficult to get there. So we also have to have something on the offset side. So you can see that in the 2 lines below the line. That's the carbon that we will store in the natural world. But each of those lines is the product of a pretty deep consideration by my organisation about how we build up the plans to decarbonise, put the policies in place, build the supply chains, stimulate the investment that we need, the learning by doing, the innovation, and then the scaling up of the deployment of the solutions. So that's how you get that overall chart, just to reassure you, we didn't just get our crayon out to draw you that S shape overall. And beneath that, these are just for illustration, a huge shift happening in the economy, especially in the energy sector. Massive increase in electricity supply. So we're doubling the supply of electricity over the course of the next 30 years. And of course, supplying that with renewables mainly, so mainly offshore wind, installing huge capacity in offshore wind, which you can see in the pink there, while we phase out the old carbon-fueled forms of electricity generation by about 2035. With that, change in energy demand, so we're using electricity in new ways across the economy, especially for transport and for heat. You can see that here. And we're scaling up from almost nothing, a new sector, that's our hydrogen sector, using that particularly in industry and possibly also in shipping in its ammonia form. So that goes from almost nothing to something that's close to the size of our electricity sector today in energy output terms, a really important aspect of the UK transition. And with that, a huge shift in our fossil fuel use. So 85% reduction in oil. As I mentioned, really by 2050, we're only using petroleum for fuel in planes by 2050. And in gas, so our natural gas demand down by about 3/4. And what's left by 2050, we're using with carbon capture, especially as a way to generate hydrogen. And the last of these the charts just shows you what we're doing with carbon capture, which again is coming from nothing to being one of the most important new aspects of that transition. We're using that in industry, which you can see here in several ways, also in the production of hydrogen. And we're also using, we think it's possible to use some of the resources that we will have, bioresources we call them, growing crops, using the thinnings from new forestry, and using that in the energy process and capturing the carbon and sequestering that mainly in the North Sea. That's a really important aspect because it gives us a new outlook, a new way of tackling net zero overall. So that's the kind of set of charts that give you a sense of how big the transition looks. Just a few bits further on why I think this will happen and why I think we can be optimistic about the change that lies ahead for the country. So the first thing to say is that innovation is really, really making a difference now in this transition. We used to think that the transition would be quite an expensive one, nonetheless worth it because of the damage that climate change is doing to the global economy. Now we think we can look forward to a cheaper and cheaper transition over time. And one of the reasons for that is this chart. This is looking at the cost of generating electricity globally. And we can look at a range of prices for generating electricity from fossil fuels that you can see in this grey bar here. And this again is from actual data. We're not inventing this. This is data from actual auctions around the world. And if I just plot onto that the alternatives to using fossil fuels, what you can see is that the alternatives using renewables are cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. They're now as cheap as using fossil fuels and actually cheaper in some cases if you look at the onshore wind and solar lines. Now again, this is historical data from auctions around the world that have already happened. And we are seeing this enormous disruption now in the electricity sector from these new technologies. And the UK is driving a lot of that, particularly with the story on offshore wind. That means we can be really optimistic about using that power in the future. I expect that cheapness to continue into the future. We will get cheaper and cheaper over time. The market is delivering those improvements. We can be really positive about using that electricity then. And of course, the important thing is if you couple that together with some of the other wider developments, things like the dramatic falls in the price of batteries, you get a huge disruption in energy, of course, but also an enormous disruption in the transport sector, a very positive one, because it means that in the next 3 or 4 years, we think we'll reach the price tipping point where electric vehicles will be cheaper to own and run than petrol or diesel cars because they're using that cheaper and cheaper renewable electricity. So very confident we can now look forward to a low-cost transition, but we do need to do a lot of investment to get there. So we need to scale up investment across mainly these 5 things. So our industries, investing heavily in decarbonising our industries, the energy networks and our electricity supply, decarbonising buildings, which you see in red here, and decarbonising surface transport. That's us buying the electric cars and the charging infrastructure. The investment challenge here is a big one. Across the economy, an extra £50 billion of CapEx, capital expenditure, each year from 2030 onwards. A huge undertaking, adding an eighth to the total investment that we typically do as a country. But think of the jobs that go with that. There's all the jobs installing that low carbon technology. There's also a really good story about us bringing economic activity back to the UK that we presently import. So really kind of nice story, I think, about using that investment as a means to grow the economy, and especially if we do that as we come out of the pandemic. And the happy story that I can tell you alongside that, going back to my earlier story about the power sector and the cheap generation that we will have, is that all that investment, it has a payoff in the form of lower carbon, of course, but also in the form of reduced costs of fuel across the economy. So we are spending less on fossil fuels as we decarbonise. And for some sectors, we now think that decarbonising will actually save the economy money, especially the transport sector. And that's this OPEX, operating net benefit that we get from using all these capital assets that I talked about, the turnover of the assets overall. Now, if you net those two things off, the capital investment cost and the net saving that we get from operating those capital assets, you get a very low overall cost to the economy. And that's extremely positive. So from about the 2040s onwards, it's actually better for the economy to decarbonise. We're actually saving money to the economy over time. Our central estimate is that the cost of net zero is now less than 1% of GDP in every year of the next 30 years. Amazing, actually, it's closer to zero. That's a really important thing, because it's really important to think about this not so much as a cost for the economy, but as a means to fuel the economy with new investment. But beneath that, there are real costs, particularly in industry, so the cost of decarbonising our industries, and particularly in the cost of decarbonising buildings. So we do need the Chancellor to step up to talk about how we can capture some of the benefits from that transport transition and use that to help protect consumers and corporates from the real costs of decarbonising buildings and industries. But we can do this, clearly we can do this. And just one further take on that, which I find really interesting on behaviour change. It's easy to talk about this transition as a technology-led one, and I happen to believe that it is a technology-led transition, but there is a change in behaviour that goes with that technology change. Some of it is pure behaviour change. So we have in our assessment changes, for example, in diet, so a 20% reduction in the consumption of meat across the economy. You see that kind of shift in the patterns of diet between the elderly generations and the younger generations. So it's one I'm confident we can meet. That helps very much to free up agricultural land to do the tree planting that I talked about earlier. Also, a small shift in the demand for aviation. So we're talking about continuing to grow the aviation into the future, but by growing it less than we were anticipating. So that's the kind of pure behaviour changes that are in our models. The rest of it is about technology change. Some of that is pure technology change that you don't notice so much as a consumer. So the kind of change that we've seen in the last 15 years in the power sector, for example, so closing a coal-fired power plant is a pure technology change that tends not to involve much behaviour change. But most of it involves a combination of those two things. So that's us using electric cars rather than petrol cars. That's a change in behaviour. You have to plug it in rather than taking it to the petrol station. But of course we can manage that. It's us using a heat pump rather than a gas boiler. I think we can manage that too. So that idea of bringing together technologies with change in lifestyle, change in behaviour is very much at the heart of what we've been advising. And very finally, coming on to how we do all of this in policy terms, just a quick fire set of slides to take you through that. I mentioned this issue of asset turnover. That allows us then to say there are dates in the future by which we have to stop selling those high carbon assets. And you can see some of them there. I won't go through all of these, but the really important ones are that by the mid-2030s, in our assessment, we have to stop installing natural gas boilers. That is going to be a big challenge. And of course, the government is planning a heat and building strategy to help us understand how they will achieve that. We have plenty of time to achieve that. We can continue to use gas boilers after that date, of course, but by that point, we will have stopped the sale of them, replace them with either heat pumps or probably something like hydrogen boilers, maybe even heat networks. And the big one there is the 2035 date when we stop using natural gas to generate electricity. So 2035 is the date that we think we will have zero carbon electricity. It's the same date that Joe Biden has named for the US. And to do all of that, a set of policies are what will guide us. And it's really important to say that this is something that government will need to lead. The market will deliver most of it, but it's important that it's shaped by the policies and strategies that we will receive from the government, I hope later this year, David, you were right. I was critical about the government last week because we haven't seen many of the strategies that have been promised yet. We know they're in gestation, but it's really important that we see what the plans are across those industry sectors, across the sectors I talked about earlier. And this is the kind of plan that we hope the government will follow. Before the COP, coming together a set of new strategies on transport, on heat and buildings, also on industry, bringing that together into a full net zero strategy before COP26. And then that will help us over the 2020s scale up the deployment, scale up the supply chains to get to the point by about 2030 when we're ready to switch off the sale of those high carbon assets and really get on track for net zero over the 2030s. So the 2030s is the rolling out phase. That's when we'll really deploy the solutions at scale. Really exciting if we can pull that off. And if we do that, then I think we can get to net zero by 2050 comfortably. And possibly even earlier. We do have a more ambitious strategy that gets there slightly before 2050, but it's remarkably difficult to get there before 2050 if we don't act very, very quickly on it. The last thing I'll show you very quickly is just to go back to that global story, and I think this is what we'll be talking about at COP26. And this is exactly the same chart that I showed you earlier, but on a per person basis. So this is looking at historically per person emissions, which is the black line. You can see that it's a straight line for the last 30 years. The challenge is to bring that down to net zero, as I mentioned, by the middle of the second half of this century. And that you can see that here. And this is a good chart because if I overlay onto that the UK story, it's a really, really positive story that I hope we'll be able to take to the world by the end of this year. This is the historical position per person in the UK. So we've halved our emissions on a per person basis over the last 30 years. And if we continue on that path that I showed you earlier, we will stick close to that 2-degree line and then cross over the lines, the 2-degree line and the 1.5-degree line over the 2030s to get there earlier than the rest of the world by 2050. And I think that's a really positive story that the UK can bring to the world because I hope by COP26 we will have the plans in place to demonstrate that that is indeed the strategy for the UK. So with that, I'll stop there, David.
Chris, thank you so much. That was fascinating, very thought-provoking, very informative, and the questions have been flooding in, much more than I usually see on the many Zooms I'm on, and I'm going to try and rattle through as many as I can, as quickly as I can. But just before I do that, I'm not going to ask you all the questions I'd like to, but just one. You'll know there's an ongoing debate about the 2050 date, and some people feel it's just too late. What's your view of that?
Well, I mean, it was their advice that it should be set at 2050, and I can understand the desire for it to be earlier. And we have done work to look at earlier dates. We have got scenarios that get there slightly earlier, but we're shaving single-digit years off that goal. And it's interesting how much harder it is to get to those earlier dates. Now, I would say we should be pushing for an earlier date if we think we can manage it. But really important to say, and this is why I was labouring the point about assets, the implication of the 2050 date is actually that we need to do something by 2030, and that's be ready by 2030 to stop selling those high carbon assets and to sell only zero carbon assets. That gives us 8 years to get there. Now, that is a huge challenge. That means that by 2030, we would need to be ready to stop the sale of petrol and diesel cars and vans, which the government has very happily signed up to stop the sale of natural gas boilers, something we haven't really got a plan for yet, to stop the sale of high carbon plant and machinery. 8 years is not long to build up the supply chains to allow us to do that, to be ready for that moment, to have an energy system that's ready for that moment. So there are real issues with going much faster than 2050. I would only say that if the goal is to get to global net zero as quickly as possible, and it really should be, because of course, back to my opening comments, that's what the temperature rise is related to, then we're going to have to go like the clappers. And my assessment is that 2050 requires the UK to go like the clappers. And I would love to see us outperform the pathway that I've just presented to you. But it's last comment on this. That pathway involves us turning the dial up to 11 on every sector. We haven't left any spare capacity in our assessments across the economy to get to net zero by 2050. If you want to get there sooner, you have to rely a lot on luck, actually, that a number of things will happen together and that you have no failing strategies across the many strategies that we need across the economy. The history of this is that that isn't what happens. That you try something and it doesn't always work as well as you hope it will. So that 2050 date is, I think, a very, very, very ambitious date for a modern economy that is at the moment almost completely reliant on fossil fuels in most cases.
Thank you very much. We're now 17 questions, which people asking more than one, in which case I'll try and get through as many people as possible, but just in the order I've had them. Firstly, from Richard. Last week, Lord Debden said there has been very little action and little delivery on our ambitious climate targets right across government departments. How do we engage government departments to take the urgent action which is needed?
Well, it's a very good question, and I'm not in government, so I feel like I only have a kind of partial answer to this. I mean, I think that we do this by bringing this sort of enthusiasm and positivity I hope I've been able to communicate this morning. So I think the key thing, the key worry for me actually, is that this becomes a mission that is described in kind of terms of misery. That there's pain attached to this. I don't think there is. I think we need to embrace it and see the positive aspects of it. And in so doing, I think every part of government, and I don't think it is just Whitehall, I should say, I think every level of government, there's a huge role for local authorities in this, devolved administrations as well. But we have to come at this as being an achievable, positive step for the country. I think at the moment, and Lord Deben is my chair. I very carefully used. We thought very carefully about our comments last week. Our feeling is at the moment that there are some aspects, some bits of government that have really got this, and some that haven't. And I don't mind naming and shaming. The department that is responsible for buildings in this country and local authorities, MHCLG, is not performing, and that's because they're viewing it as a kind of cost to be managed rather than as that kind of more positive story of progress that I talked about. It is absolutely ridiculous that we are still constructing buildings to the wrong code in this country, that we are putting buildings and homes in floodplains, not cognizant of the fact that the climate is changing and we're going to have more flooding in the future. So simple things like that matter. The fact that we haven't got building standards in the right place really matters. Sadly, DEFRA is the other one that I would highlight as dragging their feet, and they're of course responsible for a lot of the changes in the natural world. So important to say that although I think we can do the things that we've talked about, and in fact, I think we will, I would love to see more passion and ambition from the government at the moment in those areas where we're not seeing that. And it is a cross-government effort. Every part of government has to play its role, and therefore every part of government needs to, I think, understand the story that I've tried to communicate to you this morning.
Thank you. As I said, Lord Dibden instead of Deben, apologies for that. Anonymous says, CO2 is an exponential absorber. The present level absorbs about 80% of available energy. Doubling CO2 concentration would absorb a further 80% of the remaining 20% or 16%. Why should we worry?
Well, I think we should worry. I mean, the reason to worry on this is because we have empirical evidence that there is a near linear relationship between the carbon dioxide concentration in our atmosphere and the temperature on the planet. And most of the carbon dioxide that is put into the atmosphere at the moment is absorbed by our oceans. And you can see that in the fact that the oceans are becoming more acidic over time. But this link between temperature and carbon dioxide is entirely well established. There is no reason to think that it wouldn't be the case. The scientific community is near unanimous in its view that that is indeed the link. I would only add to that, if you think it isn't the case, then I still think it's worth doing the things we've talked about. We'll have cleaner air. We'll have healthier diets. We'll have modern jobs fit for the global economy into the future. We'll have restored nature. We'll have modern farming practices. And even if the scientific community is catastrophically wrong on this, then what's wrong with trying this zero cost thing that we've just talked about across the economy that puts us in this much better position at the end of it. Now, it's not my position that we should do it for those reasons. I'm absolutely sure that the science is correct. We have a UN clearinghouse for that science, which is utterly meticulous on it, and every year improves its understanding of the global science on climate. But I absolutely think it's worthwhile, even if you don't believe that carbon dioxide is causing these changes.
Heather says, when we talk about UK emissions, we don't include the emissions associated with imported goods. What can we do to ensure that these are reduced as well?
Well, Heather's absolutely right on that. There's a number of points to make on that. So firstly, the UN the UN governs the rulebook on how we should tackle global climate change. And one of the parts of that rulebook is that the UN asks each country of the world to account for the emissions that it produces. So the emissions that are produced within the territorial borders. But that does create a problem because we are responsible for something more than the emissions that we produce here at home in the UK. In particular, when we're importing goods from places like China or from Europe, we are responsible for the emissions entailed in the production of those goods and services. So there is a broader assessment of the UK's carbon footprint, which shows you that we're responsible for about 50% more than the emissions that we produce here at home. So the majority of our impact on climate change is still coming from territorial emissions here in the UK. And it's really important that we don't forget that. So in our assessments every year, we always do look at the global carbon footprint of the UK. It has been coming down of late, not quite as sharply as production emissions here in the UK. And that's because we've been focusing our policy on things like electricity production very successfully in the UK. But we do have ways to tackle it. So some of the topics that you're seeing discussed on trade, for example, will have global implications for our global carbon footprint. There are really novel proposals that we haven't had in the kind of climate discourse for a while now, like carbon taxes at the border, carbon border adjustments, which the EU is now pursuing. And there are a set of other things that we can do as well, including applying minimum standards to goods that are imported as well as produced at home. Really important that we do all of that. But the carbon footprint that we are responsible for ultimately is the issue. And the last thing I'll say on this is that if the world follows the kind of trajectory that I've just talked about, and this is after what we'll be talking about at COP26, then by 2050, 90% of our total carbon footprint will be at zero emissions. We'll have reduced we'll have reduced our global carbon footprint by 90%. So it is really important that we demonstrate here in the UK that we have a plan for net zero, that we're willing to follow it, and that we're willing to decarbonise what we can and be directly responsible for in our territories. If other rich economies around the world do the same thing, that's a really strong message to countries like China. And China has committed to carbon neutrality by 2060. I spent yesterday in a long session with some aspects of the Chinese state, and it's very clear to me they're serious about it. So I do think that we are on the path to something better, and it will reduce our overall carbon footprint.
Thank you. Richard and Heather, I've asked questions from you, so I'm going to skip your second ones for now, given how many there are. Councillor Sue Roberts, who's a local Green Party councillor, she's concerned about the development in the Oxford-Cambridge region and asks, can we rethink economic growth, or what is quite a big question this, can we rethink economic growth away from selling off our precious land with carbon-intensive housing and forward to retrofit, nature restoration, renewables, and regenerative farming?
Gosh, that sounds pretty good to me. I think we need to think about the natural world as an asset that needs to be maintained and improved. So I think it's important to say that in nature, we haven't been doing that for hundreds of years in this country. And in fact, we have abused the environment over time. I mean, that's the story of the Industrial Revolution. Now we have a chance to rectify that, notably with the new Environment Bill that's going through Parliament at the moment, which has in its heart this idea of restoring nature. But alongside that, this scandal, I think it is a scandal that we've been constructing homes to the wrong code now for years, when we should have had a zero carbon building code since 2015 and even before that. We have to rectify that. And it is absolutely ridiculous that we haven't yet got to the point where we have net zero. We have zero carbon homes being constructed. So, I would love to see that happen. I would love to see our construction industry view that as a challenge that they're willing to take on rather than concerned about the costs of it. You find that in other countries of the world, particularly places like Germany, they really embrace tougher standards because they see it as a means to grow the market for construction. So I'd like to see a more enlightened take on all of that. And I would like to see us get to the point where we are planning developments more carefully so that they're zero carbon, but also that they're cognizant of the changes in climate that are coming, sadly. So we need well-adapted buildings for the changes in climate that I'm afraid are inevitable over the next 30 years or so. We will have warmer summers. The kind of heat wave we had in 2018, for example, we expect that to be the kind of temperature and heat waves that we will have 50% of the time by mid-century. So we need shutters and windows, quite simply. We need more ventilation in those windows. And we need to be prepared for heavier rain when it happens, flooding events. And that means we've got to think ahead. So my kind of final point on that is that we need to imagine what the world looks like in 2050 and then work back from that so that we're building the right buildings and infrastructure to fit that world.
I did say we'd stop this at 10. If you're happy to go on another 5 minutes, I'll rattle through quickly some others, maybe make these as quick fire as we can. Pam asks, how effective is it to plant more trees?
Sorry, you cut out there, David. How effective
will it be to plant more trees?
Very. very is my the short answer to that. And there's lots of good science on this, but we do need a rapid scale up in afforestation and tree plantation. But really important to say, I mean, they're very, very efficient ways of capturing carbon, but we shouldn't think of them as machines. So we have to think about the biodiversity impacts of that. We have to think about the nature impacts of that too. So restoring the woodland that we used to have very commonly across this country is a big priority. It will help immensely on that challenge. I showed you the green stripe in my rainbow chart. That's the mainly tree growth, actually. It's mainly tree plantation. But really important that we don't just throw up these foreign species of fast-growing spruce, for example, from Norway, and instead think of a mix of native broadleaf and as well as the conifers.
Okay. Martin has also asked about imports. You've covered that one. Then it was Philip who says heat from electricity costs 4 times as much as from gas. How can consumers afford the price hike?
Well, they shouldn't have to, is my short answer on that. And if you were to really push me on one policy that I would like to see implemented as quickly as possible from the Chancellor, it's that one. So at the moment, when it comes to the heat and the power that we use in our homes, we have this really odd situation where the fossil fuels that we use, most of us, to heat our homes have a tax discount applied to them. And the electricity that we use in our homes for all sorts of reasons has the policy costs of decarbonisation sitting on it. So we're making electricity more expensive. Now that is counterintuitive, to put it mildly. So we're discouraging people from using the thing that we are trying to encourage as the basis of this transition. So there is a world where you flip that and you put the discount on the electricity bill and you put the policy costs on the things that you don't want people to use so much. Now it's a difficult challenge because comes with that there are fuel poverty issues. But I would like to see them tackled outside of that because the incentives here are all wrong. So I would like us to look forward to a world where we have cheaper electricity, where consumers see the benefit, and we will change dramatically, almost overnight, I think, the inclination to move towards heat pumps, especially as a basis of heat. Now, at the moment, that's an uphill task because gas is so cheap, but we need to progressively move to that kind of outcome. Now, I think the Chancellor is thinking that way, and that would really change the outlook on decarbonised buildings.
Thank you. Next question was Claire. Given the clear financial savings that are now predicted by these steps and the ethical need to mitigate climate change, do you feel almost any costs incurred by our generation to get to net zero are justified? Not sure which generation that is, but I'm not sure if that's old or young. But anyway, do you feel almost any costs incurred?
Well, I'm not sure what generation I am anymore. I still think of myself as young, but I'm told regularly that I'm not anymore, especially by my kids. So I think really important to say this, that there is a historical legacy here. So generations before us have caused the problem of climate change. Now, most generations didn't know they were causing that problem, so I'm not making a moral point, but there is a kind of historical legacy of this, which is a cumulative problem, as we would say in the science. So carbon dioxide is very stubborn once it's in the atmosphere. It takes a very long time to come out of the atmosphere. That's why we have to grow those trees. So there's cumulative problem over time. And it does mean that the historical position is creating this future legacy issue. So I don't think, it's a difficult question to answer because I don't think we need to have cost in this transition is my kind of central point, but I do think costs are worth it on all sorts of levels. I mean, I think the damage to the climate and the environment and the global economy that will come with climate change is often understated. It's absolutely enormous. Just look at the heat waves we're having in North America at the moment. It's melting infrastructure. It's, I'm afraid, killing people. We have similar problems here in the UK when we have heat waves. It's absolutely worth tackling this thing on any level. So cost is worth it. But crucially, we have to reframe this. These costs, as we keep referring to them, are actually investments. They have jobs attached to them. They're positive for the economies that make those investments. So yes, there are costs. Yes, it's worth it. And we could mount a really good argument that we could spend even more on this and do it even quicker, I think. But the point of this is that we can have that kind of transition that I've just talked about in a way that isn't a damage to the economy at all. In fact, it's a boon to the economy. And I think that's the way we need to talk about it, because I'm afraid world leaders are not enlightened, many of them, on these issues. So they will be more interested in the economics of this, I suspect, than the underlying discussion of the environment costs.
Chris, thank you so much. That's been such a fascinating session, and I hope everybody can see why I asked you to kick us off today. I think you've been incredibly engaging for everybody, and your knowledge on all areas of this challenge shines through. So thank you so much.
Thanks,
apologies to those questions we haven't got the answers to. Some of them, I think, about housing and so on, we'll ask in the sessions later about housing. But if we feel any of them aren't covered, I might send them to you, Chris, so that we can get responses for people we couldn't get in on time, but we have already gone over, and I know that some of the panelists later have to leave exactly when they were intending to. So thank you so much. Look forward to seeing you again soon, and please do follow Chris and the committee's work, because they're the ones holding everybody's feet to the fire. Thanks very much.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
So now we're going to go to Sarah Allen, and this will be quite a different session, but last year, some of you will have seen, Sarah was involved in the Climate Assembly project, and last summer, I think it was, they produced their final report, which is about 500 pages long. It's a really, really good read, again, very thought-provoking. And what they did, which I think is really quite important, I mean, she will talk more about the methodology, but some of you who write to me about these issues will know a concern I have is that often the way that climate change is talked about feels very much like people who have significant resources judge the decisions and lifestyles of those who don't. And as someone who was born on a council estate and spent my pre-politics career working with disadvantaged children and their families, I think a lot of what is called for is sometimes completely out of the financial reach of lots of people in the country, and that's not taken account of in the decisions we make. I know we have the concept of the just transition, but actually I don't think we think enough about this. And one of the really important things I think that came out of the Climate Assembly report was the issue of fairness, that we needed to be fair to people of all means and in all regions of the country. And I think we got to that position partly because for once it was entirely representative of the country. So it was a really good exercise. Sarah will be talking us through it. She's a director at the organisation Involve. So she's the director of capacity building and standards. She's been involved in a bunch of different citizens' assemblies, including the Climate Assembly. So I'm really looking forward to hearing from her about how that went, how they structured it, what their findings were. She did tell me to let you know that she's not a climate change expert. So what she will talk about is very much public engagement and attitudes that she discovered during the environment. So questions to her should be about those sorts of issues rather than, what should we do about planning regulations, for example. I'm sure she can talk about some of that, but more of the questions about climate, about public engagement. So Sarah, thanks very much for joining us, and over to you. And sorry we're starting a bit late, but we were really flooded with questions to Chris. So thanks for being accommodating. Over to you.
No problem, and thank you very much for the introduction and for pointing out, that there are some questions that I'm going to be able to answer and some that I would find more challenging because they're outside my area of expertise. So as David said, my name's Sarah Allen and I work for the public participation charity Involve. And it was as part of my role at Involve that I had the pleasure and the privilege, really, of leading the delivery of Climate Assembly UK for the UK Parliament. So I do have slides, a bit like Chris did, to run you through what the assembly was and how it worked. But I'm actually going to start by asking you to watch a short video. It's just 2 minutes long. And the reason I'm going to do that is because it gets across, I think, in 2 minutes, much more than I'm ever going to get across in words and in photos about what the assembly was and what it was like. So to avoid issues of dodgy internet connection, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste a link to the video in the chat now that you should all be able to see. And what I suggest is that you just watch that on your device, on your computer, on your phone, on your tablet, however you're listening to us now, and come back in 2 minutes. And I'll watch it at the same time, so I know that I've left you enough time to have a look. So if you could go ahead and do that now, that would be much appreciated. Okay, so my version of the video has stopped playing, so I think I will carry on there, and I hope you had a chance to watch to the end. If you did enjoy it, there is a full-length documentary about the assembly called The People versus Climate Change, available on BBC iPlayer at the moment and for the next year, I believe. It's a little bit different to what you've just watched, in that instead of talking about the assembly as a process, it follows 3 or 4 of the assembly members through their journey of taking part in the assembly and how their views did or didn't change. And I didn't make it, so I think I'm allowed to say that it's a light-hearted watch, surprisingly light-hearted, I think, given the seriousness of the subject matter. And I do recommend that if you'd like to hear more about the assembly. But as I said, I do have some slides. So what I will do now is share my screen and talk you through the assembly. So hopefully this will work. So do say someone if you cannot see this. So to start off then with what Climate Assembly UK was. So Climate Assembly UK was the first ever UK-wide citizens' assembly on climate change. It was commissioned by 6 select committees of the House of Commons, and they asked it to look at a really specific question, which is how the UK should reach its legally binding target of net zero emissions by 2050. So a very precise question. And the committees were very clear when they commissioned the Assembly that they wanted to hear public preferences on this issue because of the impact that the decisions about how we get to net zero will have on people's lives. How did the Assembly work? Well, in quite a similar way to many citizens' assemblies. So I'm just going to go through a few key features of what a citizens' assembly is and how it applied to this particular project. So first of all, at a citizens' assembly, the members of the public who take part are a representative sample of the population. So the members of Climate Assembly UK came from all walks of life and all across the UK. They included people who work for the NHS, people who are cleaners, engineers, currently unemployed, business owners, full-time carers, and many other roles. And when we first met them, the youngest was 16 and the oldest was 79. If you're someone who likes your stats, then in statistical terms, the members were representative of the UK population in terms of age, in terms of gender, ethnicity, educational level, where in the UK they lived, whether they lived in an urban or a rural area, and how much, if at all, they were concerned about climate change. So some members of the Assembly were very sceptical about climate change, and that's reflective of the UK population. Most Assembly members, so 110 in total, came together across 6 weekends, and they went through a 3-stage process, which is also typical of a citizens' assembly. So first of all, they had a chance to learn about the issues, and they heard from 48 speakers in total with very different views about how the UK should get to net zero, and they had the chance to question them in depth. Then they discussed what they'd heard with one another. And when they did that, they brought into that their own values, their own preferences, their own life experiences, their own needs. So it wasn't just about talking about what they'd heard from the speakers. And then they decided on their recommendations by voting by secret ballot. And lastly, just to pull out a key feature of a citizens' assembly is that during that learning phase, when people are learning about the issue, it's very important that the information they hear is balanced, that it's accurate, and that it's comprehensive. And a lot of effort goes into ensuring that's the case. So we had an advisory panel of stakeholders, academic panel of researchers, clerks at Parliament who are used to presenting balanced information, had a really good look at what the Assembly was going to hear, and so on. The Assembly ran from January to March last year, and it published its report in September. So what did the Assembly cover? So just very quickly. So the Assembly started off with the members hearing some background information on the climate science, and also a range of perspectives on the overarching ethical and practical questions about how we get to net zero. And it was after hearing that the Assembly made its first set of decisions about the principles that they felt should underpin the path to net zero. So that's where they started. They then went on to look at a set of what we'd call demand side issues. So questions about how we travel on land and by air, how we use heat and energy in the home, what we eat, how we use the land, and what we buy. And then finally, they went on to look at supply side issues and some overarching topics. So they had a look at where our energy comes from and should come from, greenhouse gas removals, different ways of doing that, issues around COVID-19 and how we recover from it, and also additional recommendations. So right at the end of the Assembly members looked back across everything they'd done up to that point and decided if there was anything they wanted to add before the Assembly finished. The Assembly's report contains over 50 recommendations, and together they set out a clear and an internally consistent path to net zero. The main report is, as David said, 500 pages long, but I do reassure you that we produced a summary report as well, which is only 30 pages and has a lot of pictures in. So if you want to get a flavour of what the Assembly said and you're not someone who's making policy on this issue, then I'd recommend the shorter report. If you are making policy, then I really recommend the full report because it has the full results and the Assembly's full rationale for what it concluded. In general, for each of the areas on the last slide, the Assembly looked at 2 areas. So it looked at what a net zero future should be like, first of all, and then it looked at how we should get there. So the sorts of policies that members of the public would prefer to get us to those goals. And the Assembly's report, the full one, contains the rationale for Assembly members' changes as well, why they had those preferences, why they preferred some futures, some policies to others. So there's a lot of detail, especially in the full Assembly report, but running through it, a bit like writing in a stick of rock, are a number of key themes. So the first of those, as David said, is fairness. So the Assembly defined fairness itself, and I'm going to pick it up how it came up in the recommendations as they go through this presentation. But some of the things they talked about was fairness for people living in different regions, fairness for people on different incomes, fairness for people working in different sectors, and also, interestingly, fairness for people with different preferences. They were also very keen that the UK take advantage of the potential co-benefits of getting to net zero. So I caught the end of Chris's presentation and some of his questions where he talked about this, but where there's potential for policies to have benefits for local high streets, for people's health, for the economy and so on, Assembly members were very keen that we make the most of those. They were also keen to maintain freedom and choice. So that's both for local areas and for individuals where possible, so that people in local areas can pick the solutions for getting to net zero that are best suited to them. And they wanted that to be backed up by much better information and education to allow those choices to be informed. And lastly, the Assembly cared very much about seeing strong leadership from government and also a cross-party approach. So the reason for the cross-party approach was quite clear from Assembly members, and it's that they wanted certainty from themselves, certainty for business, certainty for other actors, that policies wouldn't change dramatically when there's a change of government, so that they were able to plan. So I'm not going to go through all of the Assembly's 50 recommendations, you'll be very pleased to know, but I'm going to give you a flavour of some of them. So I'm going to start where the Assembly started, with their underpinning principles for getting to net zero. So these are their top 10. They include many of the themes that I've just mentioned. So we have here about informing and educating everyone, about fairness within the UK, including for the most vulnerable, about leadership from government that's clear, proactive, accountable and consistent, about protecting and restoring the natural world, ensuring solutions are future-proofed and sustainable for the future, a joined-up approach across the system in all levels of society, long-term planning and the need for a phased transition, something here as well about urgency, which I heard Chris talk about a bit too, support for sustainable growth, including pioneering innovation, and the need for local community engagement embedded in national solutions. So that's where the Assembly started with principles, and those principles are both recommendations to government, but also then thinking that the Assembly used itself to help it think through what its preferences were on the other policy areas that it considered. So what did it say on the other policy areas? To give you the brief list of skims. So on surface transport, the Assembly preferred a future that minimised restrictions on how much we travel and instead placed an emphasis on an early shift to electric vehicles and improvements to public transport. The idea of fairness came up a lot in this theme. So Assembly members consistently raised the importance of accessibility and affordability when it came to transport, and they stressed the need to avoid negative consequences, for example, for rural areas, for people with mental health conditions, people who might be more easily isolated, people with a disability, and those on low incomes, as we think about how to make those changes. In terms of air travel, the Assembly felt that people should continue to fly, but there should be limits to that. So they were looking for a balance between protecting travel and lifestyles, which were important to them, but also they felt that unlimited growth in air passenger numbers would be counterproductive to achieving net zero and would be incompatible with it. So some of the policies that they advocated to achieve that change were taxes on air travel that increases people fly more often and as they fly further, so a frequent flyer levy as it's known. They were also keen to see investment in new and cleaner aviation technologies. So overall, the Assembly advocated limiting growth in air passenger numbers to about 25 to 50% between 2018 and 2050, and saying where we fall within between 25 and 50% is dependent on the speed of technological progress. On in the home, Assembly members really talked about the importance of solutions that were tailored to local areas and households and providing that choice that I talked about before. So if you're ever on Twitter and looking at these issues, you see that there's often a heated debate between whether we should be replacing our gas boilers with hydrogen, with heat pumps or with heat networks. So the Assembly, contrary to that, was immensely relaxed about which of those technologies we use. Over 80% of Assembly members were happy with all of those technologies. And what they said instead was that it seemed clear to them that some of the technologies were going to suit some local areas and some households better than others. And what was important was allowing that choice. The issues of fairness came up again around in the home, as it did with most of the topics. So here it was about making sure that solutions work for all income groups and housing types. So when we're thinking about how to retrofit houses, for example, how you make that accessible for everyone. They also raised some issues around smart technology and smart meters. So they weren't opposed to it happening, but they raised, for example, issues for people with learning disabilities, perhaps issues for older generations who are less familiar with technology, and the need to think through considerations for those groups when you go about trying to use technology more in our homes. In terms of what we eat and how we use the land, the Assembly favoured a future centred around local produce and food production, very keen on that for a number of reasons. They also felt that there should be a change in diet to reduce meat and dairy in our diets between about 20 and 40%. But they felt that that change should be voluntary and that it should be backed up with better information to allow people to make that more informed choice. There was quite a lot here on fairness as well, particularly around support for farmers, to support them through making this transition, and for farmers of different types, so small farms, for example. The Assembly was also really aware that greener diets, if you like, can be an awful lot more expensive at the moment, and so they need to think through, if you're asking people to eat more vegetables, eat more fresh fruit and so on, how you do that in a way that doesn't disproportionately affect the less well off. This is my last slide on the findings, I promise, if you're finding this tough going. So on what we buy, then the Assembly had recommendations for business, recommendations for individuals, and also recommendations for government. So for businesses, they wanted businesses to make products that were less energy and less material intensive. For individuals, they were looking for individuals to repair and share products more. And they made a point here which runs through all of their recommendations, which I think is quite important to highlight, which is that you often hear quite a lot of choice, quite a lot of emphasis when we're talking about how to get to net zero, about the choices individuals make. But what the Assembly was saying is that those choices don't happen in a vacuum. You know, you can incentivize, disincentivize certain behavior. The infrastructure that's in place can make people choose one thing or make one choice much easier for people than for others. So for example, on this point, the Assembly was saying that there should be technical and financial support for businesses that offer repairing and sharing, to try and get more businesses to offer that, to then make it easier for individuals to go down that route. The Assembly also favoured better information to promote informed choice, so better labelling of products and measures to increase recycling. In terms of where our electricity comes from, that's an area where the Assembly had some quite clear likes and dislikes. So there was strong support for wind power, both offshore and onshore, and for solar, but much less support amongst the Assembly for nuclear power, for bioenergy, and for fossil fuels with carbon capture and storage. And the same thing when it came to greenhouse gas removal, some quite strong likes and dislikes from the Assembly. So here, Assembly members tended to favour solutions that they saw as natural or more natural. So things like forestation and better forest management. I had questions to Chris on that. Restoring and managing peatlands and wetlands and using wood in construction were all things that were strongly supported by the Assembly, but the Assembly was much less sure about the more technology-based solutions. So, for example, bioenergy with carbon capture and storage, and direct air carbon capture and storage. And lastly, on COVID-19, overwhelming majorities of the Assembly members agreed that steps taken by government to help the UK economy recover after COVID should help achieve net zero. And also that as lockdown eases, that government, employers and others should take steps to encourage lifestyles to be more compatible with net zero. So for example, supporting working from home. So that's a very quick tour of the Assembly's recommendations. And I have one last slide before I finish, which is just to address this question of why engage the public in climate decision making. You know, why spend time and effort on something like a citizens' assembly? And I've pulled out 4 points, which are by no means comprehensive, but just to give you a flavour. So first of all, there's a lot of evidence now that engaging the public in this sort of decision making creates better policy. So it can be very hard for decision makers to put themselves in the shoes of people who lead very different lives. This is coming back to these points around fairness that we were talking about. And so when you involve a greater range of people in decision making, you bring in that collective intelligence, you can develop a stronger policy. It can also give decision makers confidence to act. So there's a lot of, I think, nervousness sometimes amongst politicians and others about the steps needed to reach net zero. But actually the public can be much more supportive of those steps than people think. For example, around a frequent flyer levy. We've seen this before around various medicines and various medical treatments that the politicians were nervous about. So that's another reason to do it. Thirdly, it can help with buy-in to policies. So 83% of Climate Assembly UK members have gone on since the Assembly to make changes to their behaviour that are compatible with the path to net zero. So they've dropped a car, they've switched to an electric car, they've installed a heat pump and so on. And so you can see that people, when they have to think about and consider the challenges facing the UK, that they become more supportive of policies and steps to get to net zero. And lastly, it can create relatable champions to change. So to go back to where I started in the documentary that's currently on the BBC, if you watch that, you'll see that a range of very different Assembly members came out very strongly supportive of steps to get to net zero. And they're not, usually when you watch the stuff on the TV, it's scientists or it's activists talking about this, but just seeing sort of very ordinary, everyday people talk about it is something quite different. And it's those sorts of reasons that are behind the fact that both us and the CCC, Chris's organisation, have called for the UK government to have a public engagement strategy for net zero. And we would argue that local government needs those as well. So I hope that was okay as a very whistle-stop tour of the Assembly.
Yeah, thanks so much, Sarah. It was a really fascinating project and a great report you produced. And as you've just mentioned there is a film that people can watch about. Is it still on iPlayer, Sarah?
It is, yeah.
It is. So you can watch the full film about this, which is very much worth doing. We've got some questions coming in, but can I just ask you a couple? Firstly, was there anything that people found, that the members found, particularly persuasive? So sometimes I think people who are engaged in this debate think that people are just thinking about the environment all the time, and some people are, but most people aren't. They're thinking about their jobs, their homes, their school, so on. Was there a particular thing that they were exposed to during the project they found particularly persuasive? And then the second question is, was there anything that particularly surprised you about the I suppose the attitudes of the Assembly members?
Good questions. On what they found particularly persuasive, I suppose in some senses I found that a little bit surprising. So on the very first weekend, the very first panel, this is all available online if people want to watch it back as climateassembly.uk website. We had a panel of 4 speakers who just talked about the climate science and the challenges facing the UK. So it included Chris, who you heard from earlier, and 3 other speakers. And it's that the Assembly members kept coming back to, that they, despite all the coverage that you hear in the news and elsewhere, it was just being talked through the science, being talked through the potential impacts for the UK and the rest of the world in I'd say quite a measured way, that really made them think, oh, wow, I've got to take this issue more seriously, and kind of opened their mind to thinking about what we might do to get to net zero. And that's a consistent view, I think, across the Assembly. And then on the views that surprised me, I think I was a little bit surprised when we got to greenhouse gas removals that people really didn't like the technological solutions, because people were coming along and saying, these technologies, they could take a lot of carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, and I thought people might jump on that and be very keen. But actually, they went for what they saw as the more natural solutions, and there was some nervousness about the technology. So there was some nervousness about potential leaks of carbon dioxide from where it's being stored and this kind of thing. But more than that, and this is what I found most surprising, people saw it as sort of avoiding the question, that they felt to live a sustainable future, to make the UK a sort of good place to live for future generations, that we really need to tackle the emissions that we're producing. And they were worried that people would be reliant on these technologies and then not take the more difficult decisions about our behaviours, about how we produce things that need to be taken for us to get to net zero. And that was really behind their opposition to it. And I found that very interesting. It wasn't what I was expecting.
Yeah. Well, it's very interesting what you say about technology, because we were just hearing from Chris that this needs to be a technology-led transition. So there's clearly a gap to bridge there. Right, let's go to some of these questions. The first one, Sue Roberts is asking a lot of questions, but the first one, I don't know if you'll want to answer this one. It's up to you. Sue knows my view on this. She asks, would a universal basic income create a safety net to ensure we can take the huge leaps forward we need to take it frees people up to retrain, for example?
Yeah, I'm afraid I can't answer that. So
That's
it's
fine.
not an issue on which Involve has a policy. We're specialists in public engagement, so
that's fine. No, that's fine. She did ask also, which Caroline before her has asked a very similar question. So Sue asked, how seriously is government taking this Citizens Assembly output? And Caroline asked, having commissioned this work and listened to your recommendations, has the government come back to all Assembly members to tell you what their plans now are? Now, I know we had a debate in the House of Commons about the report because I spoke in it and Kwasi Kwarteng replied. But yes, what has been the response of government?
So the government response, I'd say, has been mixed, actually, if I'm being totally open. So when in the debate that David mentioned, Kwasi Kwarteng, the minister, and actually other ministers, so Alok Sharma, who's now president of COP, have said that they're going to use the Assembly as an important source of evidence and advice when they're developing their net zero strategy, which is coming out later in the year. So that's really positive. That is exactly how the outputs of an assembly like this should be used. You know, it's not the only source of evidence that government needs to consider when thinking about how to get to net zero, but it is a very important source of evidence. So I think that's really welcome. What's been less clear to date is exactly how government's using the report and exactly where it has or hasn't changed decisions because of what the Assembly said. And you know, an ideal response to a citizens' assembly, the government writes to Assembly members, you know, publicly and says, you know, this is what we're taking forward from what you've said. This is what we're not taking forward. This is these decisions we're going to make a bit later, and this is why. And that just, you know, because you don't have to take forward everything the Assembly said. There might be very good reasons for not doing some of it. When you look into the policy areas, there might be unintended consequences and this kind of thing. But it's that level. It's just the response and the explanation that I think you'd expect in a good response to a citizens' assembly. So that's missing, but the statement from government that they are using it is there. And I know that 400 civil servants from across the various government departments came for briefings on the assembly's results that we ran after the assembly, which is obviously a positive sign.
Yeah. Next question from George. You reported in September 2020. What next? How can you involve a much larger group of people?
So there's lots of parts to that answer, I think. So as I said, I think the government needs a public engagement strategy for net zero. Chris's organisation, the Climate Change Committee, thinks that too. And I think that needs a number of different elements. So as Chris was saying, you know, there's going to be decisions needed to be taken in various different sectors of the economy about how we get to net zero. So some thought needs to be given to what are the key questions for each of those sectors that would really benefit from public input, and then putting in place the engagement plans around those questions. I think more broadly, there are a number of cross-cutting questions that would also benefit from public engagement going forward. So, for example, there can be particular minority groups, but even in the Citizens' Assembly, where it's representative of the population, are obviously necessarily still a minority. And so some work just with them to make sure that they're feeling comfortable to put forward their views, to make sure, you know, those are often some of the groups that are most vulnerable as well, that you're really taking into account the potential impacts on people with learning disabilities and mental health issues, for example, can be really worthwhile. Also around just transition. So some of these, you know, which cross-cuts a number of sectors, so where particular regions may be going to face quite big shifts in where employment is, some work with them to look at what that could look like. So I'd expect to see, or I would hope to see, a public engagement strategy for national government coming out of that, coming forward in the next little while. And then I think there's a key role for local government and others as well, actually, because local government is responsible for about a third of the emissions to get to net zero. And it also has responsibility for implementing national government policy, clearly large chunks of it. And it has sort of a convening power locally as well. So I think local areas also need to be looking at how they're going to engage the public around the transition, and also about how they create a kind of a good space for community organisations, because a lot of community organisations and community groups out there are already engaging the public, and just local authorities making sure that they're working with them, that they're facilitating them to do that rather than accidentally getting in the way.
That makes sense. Two questions I'll put together. So Richard asks, should we have, so the two district councils that my constituency cover are South Oxfordshire and the Vale of White Horse, and he says, should we have a South and Vale Assembly? And then Sue later asks, she says councils would love to do citizens' assemblies, but they're strapped for cash. She asks, will government fund it? I mean, I wonder if we could put those two together. I mean, do you think there should be, very local assemblies at this point? And if so, what are the cost implications? Are they very expensive to do?
Okay, so should local areas run citizens' assemblies? So they should, if the questions that they've got for the public are suitable for the method. So if you've got questions where you'd want to hear from a representative sample of the local population, so maybe kind of to inform the area's overall strategy for net zero, or to inform a policy area that affects everybody locally, then yes, they're a good method choice. You can also run a citizens' jury that's very similar with fewer people. That's a cheaper option for local areas. So there's been a really good citizens' jury in Kendal, for example, run on climate strategy. So I think, you can look at cheaper options to full assemblies for a local area too that have much the same impact. If, however, the question that you've got locally is more about kind of impacts on specific groups, then a citizens' assembly isn't suitable, because you don't want to talk to the whole of the population, you want to talk to those specific groups. And there are other methods available too. So we're working on a project in Selby in North Yorkshire at the moment, where one of the things that they want out of the project is a really community-led transition. So they want to, yes, get recommendations from the community about what they think can be done locally, but then they want people to kind of pick them up and work with it. And so we're not using a citizens' assembly, we're working with community groups and working with the public to kind of crowdsource ideas, and then bring people together to consider those ideas, including bringing in those community groups, because they're the people who are most likely to take the ideas forward. So I would say, if you're a local area and you're serious about this, first thing is to decide what you want to engage the public on, and then think about what would be the most suitable method. And it might be a citizens' assembly or jury, but it might be something else. And some of the other methods may be cheaper, may be more expensive. I would also say that if you're considering this for the two district councils you mentioned, that we're hoping to have a new project coming out in the autumn, which provides match funding to local areas who want to run these sorts of engagement initiatives. And I actually do think that whilst we're trying to do our best working with charitable foundations and funders, that this is something that national government should look at too. So there's precedent for that. The Department for Culture, Media and Sport ran a project a couple of years ago, which supported local areas to innovate in terms of how they engage the public on a range of issues. And I think providing that sort of match funding, that kind of challenge fund for local areas, makes things more possible for them, and also collects useful data and information for central government. So if you're supporting local areas to run engagement around, for example, decarbonised heat and what we do about homes, then that provides useful intelligence to national policymakers about how to make sure their policies work too.
Yeah, great. Right, Leo, I've just changed the setting, by the way, people attending, because I understand you couldn't see each other's questions, and I think I've now changed the setting to allow you to do so from now on, which is why we've got some duplication, because people haven't been able to see. I didn't realise. Leo asked a similar question, which you may feel you've answered, don't need to say any more on, which is there enough indication at this stage the government's taking on board the recommendations of the report, and are there any areas government are slow to get going? You may feel you've said.
I've sort of answered. So they're saying that they're using it in principle, and we're waiting for the more detailed response, I think is the answer. It's worth saying that Chris's organisation, the Climate Change Committee, has picked up the Assembly's results sort of very fully. It's reflected in their latest 6th carbon budget report to government, in a bunch of their other work as well. So if you like, the influence on government is coming from a range of places now, from other actors that have been influenced by the Assembly that are now making recommendations to government too, which is also good to see.
Were the citizens keen to reduce consumption, which in Sue's terms means moving away from consumption capitalism?
So there were recommendations on what we buy. As I said, they had recommendations for business, recommendations for individuals, and recommendations for government. So I think, yes, they were keen for people to repair and share more of their products, right, rather than always buying new ones. But they didn't think the onus should just be on individuals. They thought that projects should be less energy and resource intensive in the first place. And they were also clear that if you want the public to change its attitudes and to repair and share more, then the infrastructure and the support needs to be there to make that possible. So we talked about the support for businesses, for example, to offer repairing and sharing more often. And there are a range of other methods, suggested policies like that in the report, if that's something that's you're particularly interested in.
Yeah. How much was there it's a question here from James about clean energy plants and mining rights, which I don't think I think that's a sort of policy question you won't want to touch on. But how much did you feel the Assembly put the emphasis on government versus businesses versus individuals? I mean, you said they want a clear lead from government. Was the sense that they felt the bulk of this was the job of government?
No. I think the sense of it was that it was very important for government to lead, because without government putting in place the policies and the infrastructure to enable the other actors to play their role, it was quite difficult, particularly for individuals, to then make the choices that they needed to make. But they were very clear that it was a shared responsibility that everyone in society was going to have to play a role in, but they felt the leadership had to come from the top.
Yeah, gotcha. Well, look, Sarah, thanks so much. We're 10:45 now, and at the moment I don't have any other questions, so thank you very much for that. That was really, really interesting. I hope people will go and watch the film, because it really was a great project. At least read the 30-page summary if you understandably don't want to read all 500 pages, although there's a lot of good stuff in there, and it is very interesting when people are from all sorts of different backgrounds, what they, the things that they can agree on between each other. But thank you, that's really great. I mean, feel free to stay for any of the other sessions, but it's now break time. Cup of tea or whatever else you'd like in the next 15 minutes. We've got 3 great panel sessions starting at 11 with one on homes and buildings from Greencore and UKGBC. We've got a whole load of interesting speakers to come at 11, but for now, we will take a break and I will see you back here then. Right, well, welcome back, everybody. I've got my tea. I hope you've got yours. We're now going to have a session on homes and buildings. And as we heard from Chris, these are one of the most important things for us to try and decarbonize. It's often neglected. I think we spend more time when we do talk about this, talking about vehicles rather than about homes. And then we talk about homes more than we do buildings. So I was very keen that we had a session on this, partly because, as you'll hear, we've got this great company locally, Greencore, who I've been trying to showcase to government as much as I can. But we're going to start with Karl Desai. I'm really pleased he could join us today. He works at the moment for the UK Green Building Council, but he's actually worked for green building councils in other countries too, including Australia and New Zealand. So he's got quite a good international perspective on this. And he's currently working on a multi-project campaign to fully decarbonize our built environment by 2050. So I've seen what he's going to be talking about. I think it's really interesting. And Karl, over to you.
Fantastic. Thanks, David. Thanks for the invitation and great to be here speaking with you all. The focus of my presentation is going to be on net zero non-domestic buildings. And as David mentioned, I'm a senior advisor in the UKGBC's Advancing Net Zero team. So I've set the time. I promise to be no more than 15 minutes, hopefully keep it less than that so we have plenty of time for questions. Just a quick note on the UK Green Building Council. Here is our mission, and that is to radically improve the sustainability of the built environment. Now, we do this by working with both industry and government to strengthen policy ambitions and to strengthen the level of commitment from business leaders. We aim to inspire, collaborate, enable, and advocate in all the work we do. We cover 5 main topic areas, and the focus of my presentation today is going to be climate change, specifically net zero carbon buildings. So I did note that this is a pre-COP summit, so I just wanted to share a bit of background. When we talk about COP, that's the coalition of parties, which meets on a 5-year basis. The last was happening in 2015 in Paris when we struck the Paris Climate Agreement. This was when 197 nations from across the world committed to net zero emissions by mid-century. So you can see everyone rejoicing at that deal that was struck. The next COP summit is happening in Glasgow in November this year. So all eyes will be on Glasgow and how we're tracking in terms of global greenhouse gas emissions. Moving forward a few years, in 2018, the IPCC released this report outlining the effects of different heating scenarios and mandating or demonstrating the effects of achieving a 1.5 degree warming scenario versus 2 degrees. And as we can see, the effects of increasing global heating scenarios, increasing the damaging effects of the environment exponentially. So the report recommended a 1.5 degree warming scenario by mid-century. So net zero emissions by mid-century. Now, if we take the ambitions of the COP 15 summit and just take a look back, we can see that, in fact, actual emissions have been rising ever since 2015. So that's that black line shown there. And as it's currently tracking, business as usual figures indicate that we'll be hitting a global heating scenario well above 3 degrees, which blows out a lot of the current forecasts for how we can sustain and reduce the worst effects of climate change. So what we need to endeavour to do is to achieve net zero emissions, which is this purple line shown at the bottom of screen. And critically, that means a halving of emissions between now and 2030. So that window of opportunity is rapidly closing, and we need to achieve significant carbon reductions in the next few years. Just to put that into perspective, a halving of emissions between now and 2030 means a 7.5% reduction year on year. And this chart just goes to illustrate exactly what global emissions have looked like over the last century. The pandemic has brought around a drop of about 7.5 percentage points, but that's likely to rebound this year and next year due to increased growth. So as David's mentioned in the introduction, the built environment has a significant role to play. Globally, over 30% of carbon emissions can be attributed to the built environment. And in the UK, around 30% of emissions are attributed to the end use of energy in buildings. So there's a significant role for buildings to play in the transition to net zero. So taking those global principles and applying them to the UK's built environment, we have adapted the World Green Building Council's vision for a net zero carbon built environment by 2050. And critically, this stands on two pillars. So on the left-hand side, reducing operational carbon, so it's everything around the energy used in buildings. And on the right-hand side, it's reducing embodied carbon. And they've set an interim reduction target of a 40% or reduction in embodied carbon for new buildings by 2030. Now, it's key to note here that in terms of the policy environment, there really isn't much to tackle embodied carbon for new buildings. So that's definitely a point for further development, and hopefully will come up in the Q&A and discussion. So what we've been doing at UKGBC is we have been developing the resources that the industry needs to deliver net zero carbon buildings at scale. The first thing we set out to do is to develop a definition for what a net zero carbon building is, because up until a few years ago, there was a lot of conjecture as to exactly what is and what can or can't be claimed as a net zero carbon building. So we put together over 50 UKGBC members along with 12 industry bodies to come together to agree a consensus definition for net zero carbon buildings. We produced this framework definition in 2019, and the key principle shown on here, the key message to take away from this is that this is an evolving space, and that's why we've called it a framework definition. It's intended to set the kind of the consistent outcomes that need to be achieved, but there's layers of guidance which will be added to the framework over the coming years as we learn more about net zero. But the key point here is that we encourage action today and tighten requirements over time. So in terms of the actual content of the framework, I'm going to spend the rest of the presentation going through that now. When we look at the emissions from a building across its life cycle, you can see that laid out graphically on screen here. So when we talk about building construction up until practical completion, so that's everything at the planning stage up until actual practical delivery, those emissions are quite significant, and that's called upfront embodied carbon. When you move into the building's life cycle, everything around the operational energy usage, along with the embodied carbon to maintain, repair, and refurbish that building throughout its life cycle. Obviously, when we come to the end of life, there will be emissions at that point in time, which also need to be considered. So this graphic represents what we call a life cycle assessment, which allows building designers to actually calculate the building emissions over a period of time. What we've defined in the net zero framework are two definitions for net zero carbon. That's to achieve net zero carbon at the construction stage, so everything up until practical completion, and net zero carbon for operational energy. So that's all the regulated and unregulated energy usage during the building's operation. We recognize that there needs to be a future definition for net zero carbon, which is whole life. So that's ensuring we are mitigating and zeroing out emissions across the entire building's life cycle. That's not practically achievable today. So we've taken off these two significant scopes of carbon, which we feel are achievable today. So halfway through the presentation, I'm just going to step through the principles which we've set out within the framework in 5 or 6 key steps. Starting with new buildings and major renovations, the priority measure here is to reduce construction impacts. So undertaking that life cycle assessment and then designing to reduce whole life carbon across the life of the building. Designing to reduce operational energy usage, so making sure we have low energy, high performing buildings. Increasing the renewable supply on-site, otherwise procuring off-site, and offsetting any remaining carbon up until practical completion when that building is completed. For buildings in operation, obviously the construction impacts are historic, so that doesn't need to be taken into account, but actually measuring the in-use performance of that building on an annual basis is key and driving down that energy usage, ensuring there's 100% renewable energy supply. And if there is any carbon being emitted by that building from its energy usage across a 12-month period, offsetting that to achieve net zero carbon for operational energy. Now, talking about whole life carbon, these pie charts indicate exactly what the scale is between embodied carbon and operational carbon. So embodied carbon are the blue sections of the pie chart. And if we look at a typical office building, the upfront carbon emissions up until construction, before the lights are even turned on in the building, are over a third of the building's whole life carbon emissions. So it's critical that we drive down these emissions, especially within the next decade, to ensure we're not emitting any further greenhouse gas emissions that could be avoided. This illustration indicates the influence that designers, planners, and policy can have if we can implement low carbon strategies right at the planning and design stages. Those strategies become less effective as the building develops through its life cycle stages. So undertaking that LCA is crucial to driving down whole life carbon and as early as possible in the design stage. When we talk about energy usage, we undertook a study to understand exactly what the level of energy demand reductions are required across the UK economy to achieve net zero by 2050. And we found that in order for the UK's total energy demand to be met by 100% net zero energy supply, that's renewable energy, there needs to be a significant reduction in the total current energy demand, and that's in the order of about 60%. So we can't continue to operate high energy consuming buildings because there won't be enough renewable energy on the grid to supply the entire economy. We took those findings and mapped that to the offices sector to understand exactly what the level of reductions are required from the office sector. And these two markups indicate exactly what that looks like. Today, an office building needs to be in the top 10 to 20% of the current market in order to claim to be net zero carbon. And we need to have reductions in the order of about 50% over the next 15 years in order to ensure that office buildings are truly net zero carbon. So that's reducing energy usage to the greatest extent. There's also the performance gap. So this graph indicates the correlation between EPCs, so environmental performance certificates, and actual in-use measurement of buildings. And as you can see, there's no real correlation between EPCs and actual in-use measurement. The framework requires 12-month in-use measurement. We don't want to rely on modeled outcomes. Moving down the hierarchy to renewable energy supply, we released a guidance document on this. I appreciate this is probably less relevant from a policy perspective. So if you would like more information on that, please do dive into our 40-page guidance document, which provides additional clarity on renewable energy procurement. And then moving down to the last step in the carbon reduction hierarchy, if there is any carbon balance outstanding, it's critical that we offset that using verifiable and credible offset schemes. And in the UK, you can see there's currently quite a limited supply, only the Woodland Carbon Code and Peatland Code. So we need to ensure that we're driving down emissions to the greatest extent possible before we rely on offsetting. And finally, there's no current way of verifying a building as net zero carbon. So what we're relying on is self-reporting and verification by third-party audit. So making sure that you're not marking your own homework and you're sharing this information publicly in order to stand by any claims that are being made. And to sum it all up, it can be captured in this graphic. So effectively what we want to do is reduce emissions on the left-hand side of the scale to the greatest extent possible, both embodied carbon and operational energy. Ensure we're using 100% renewable energy supply for existing buildings and offsetting any remaining carbon to achieve that net zero carbon balance. So that's my presentation. I'll throw back to you now, David.
Karl, thanks so much. Fascinating talk, clear on the scale of the challenge and what we've got to do to get there. We're not going to do the polling questions now. I should have done Sarah's polling questions during the last session. I'll do them together, but I asked a number of the attendees to, the presenters rather, to pose some polling questions that we're going to put to you. We'll put them at the end of this session and the next two as part of what we'll feed back to Alok Sharma about our views. But for now, we're going to go straight to Ian Pritchett from Greencore Construction. Now, some of you, if you're on my Facebook page or so on, will have seen I've been doing all I can to try and promote Greencore. I've taken Kwasi Kwarteng there, taken Amanda Soloway there, introduced them to the Net Zero Champion, talked about them in the House of Commons a few times, because I think what they're doing is really, really innovative and shows what is possible. And I won't spoil it because I know he'll talk through it, but he's got over 30 years experience in specialist construction. And was actually involved in building preservation for quite a number of years before founding Greencore with some others. I'm really pleased he's here because I think you'll be, if you haven't seen what he's doing, I think you'll be very excited by it. And then we'll get into all your questions about homes and buildings. So Ian, thanks for being here. Over to you.
Thank you, David. I'm really grateful to be here and grateful for your support as well. So I'm going to move straight to the slideshow. Thank you. I'm not going to dwell too much on the climate change aspect because that's been covered by people far more experts than me, but I just want to mention a couple of things that I think are important, and this quote from David Attenborough I think is really useful. What we do in the next 10 years will profoundly impact the next few thousand. It is urgent that we act quickly. And we see our mission at Greencore to scale up the delivery of low carbon homes until they can no longer be ignored by the mainstream house builders. So as a small company, there's a limit to the number of houses that we can build, but there isn't really a limit to the impact we can make from the houses that we build. And we hope to act as a catalyst for change. I wanted to start with a summary for zero carbon, because it is quite confusing, and we absolutely endorse the UKGBC definition, and Karl covered that very, very clearly. But just a quick summary, we're talking about the carbon emissions from the construction, operation, maintenance and demolition of a building, and the need to calculate them, reduce them as much as possible, and then balance them by either sequestered carbon or renewable energy, or a combination of the both. And that's exactly what we aim to do. To put this into context, an average new house that we build today is responsible for 50 to 60 tons of CO2 emissions at the construction stage, and then around 5 tons of CO2 emissions a year. So that means a new house that we build now will be responsible for 200 tons of CO2 emissions by 2050. And the 100,000 houses that are planned in Oxfordshire over the next 10 years will be responsible for 20 million tons of CO2 emissions. That's all perfectly legal emissions from carrying on business as usual. And it just seems to me that if we're aiming for zero carbon, we cannot afford to be still contributing to the problem. We've got to stop emitting carbon from the construction and use of buildings as soon as possible. So the logical steps, as I see it, are, first of all, you've got to learn how to do it, how to build zero carbon buildings. And there are numerous ways. It's not a one solution fits all. And then when we know how to do it, we've got to spread that knowledge to others. We've got to identify the barriers, and there are some pretty significant barriers that I'll talk about, and then work with government to change the legislation and break down those barriers. And I think that's where sessions like this are so valuable, and we've heard some great presentations already. I'm going to identify some quick fixes and also some longer term proposals of how we can change things. So I also want to mention that the strategy for locking up carbon in buildings is based on biomaterials, plants, trees. So we use timber, hemp, wood fiber, recycled cellulose, all of these bio-based materials. And the great thing is that bio-based materials all absorb CO2 as they grow, and they turn it into cellulose. And if you go through the maths and chemistry of that, it actually takes 1.8 kilos of CO2 to make a kilo of cellulose. So you've got that nice multiplication factor working on your side as well. So it's very simple, really. The more bio-based materials we incorporate in buildings, particularly replacing more high energy materials, the more carbon we lock up. So all of the choices that we make when we design a building and then subsequently construct it don't just determine what the building looks like, but they determine how it's going to perform and what its carbon footprint is. And we now know that we can get below zero if we try hard. And when I say below zero, that's using enough bio-based materials to lock up more carbon than is emitted from all the high energy materials that go into the process. So it's a balancing act, and if we approach it in the right way, we can get to zero or below. And this is what we're doing at our project at Springfield Meadows. It's 25 houses, 9 affordable, 16 open market, and we set out with a target to make these zero embodied carbon and net zero energy in use. But actually, through the project, we've been able to get to better than zero embodied carbon and better than net zero energy in use. And the routes that the materials that we use to do this are timber, hemp, cellulose, wood fiber. So we use bio-based materials to lock up carbon. You've got to build the houses to be thermally efficient, and we worked the German passive house standard. So we use the passive house principles of very high levels of insulation, designing out things like thermal bridges, excellent levels of air tightness, typically 10 to 20 times better than building regulations, triple glazed timber windows because they're thermally efficient and they're bio-based, and then ventilation with heat recovery in it, so that as we bring fresh air into the building, we're not losing the heat in the stale air that's going out. And then electric heating and hot water and electric cooking. There's no gas on the scheme at all. And PV is to generate the electricity and batteries to store it. So it isn't rocket science. It's a very simple formula. We're also creating an environment where we've got an electric car club, and we've recently been featured on Fully Charged, a YouTube site, and that's given us quite a lot of publicity. It's had over 100,000 views in a month or so. And as Robert Llewellyn said, isn't this what housing developers should be building? But it isn't just about zero carbon. I think we need to remind ourselves that we also have an ecological crisis as well as a carbon crisis. And so this scheme is looking at wildlife and nature. We've got a partnership with the Berks, Bucks and Oxen Wildlife Trust, who've helped with all the design of the landscaping, and they're going to monitor it. The landscaping is as nature friendly as possible with a pond and wildflowers and orchards and things. And all of this comes within a framework of One Planet Living. And we work with Bioregional on the One Planet Living framework, because it's very easy to get carried away with carbon and energy, but actually there's lots of other things that you need to do to make genuine, excuse me, genuinely sustainable communities for the future. So what are the barriers to actually doing this? Well, I think the planning system is a barrier, and I'll explain a bit more. The inertia of the big house builders, the electricity grid is a barrier, but also we've got to remember that the house building market is very strange. It doesn't follow the normal rules of supply and demand. Zero carbon is very complicated and confusing. All house builders claim to be green. If you go to their website, there's a page about sustainability on every house builder's website. And it's very difficult for buyers to know the difference between what is real sustainability and what is just greenwash. And at the end of the day, people buy houses based on location and price. There isn't enough choice in the market for people to say, I've got two identical houses, one is sustainable or one is zero carbon and the other one's not. Because we have a shortage of housing, all houses sell, they get bought. So there isn't really an incentive for the industry to build lower carbon houses. So looking at the planning system, this is one of my bugbears, because the planning system is not set up to deliver zero carbon. All planning applications are judged on what I regard as outdated criteria. So things like traditional appearance is more important than energy efficiency. We regularly have planning applications thrown back at us saying you need to make it look like a traditional building. The planning system, I think, is biased against PVs. It's quite difficult to get permission to put PVs on the roofs of houses. we've spent in one situation 15 months trying to get permission to put PVs on roofs. People often think it should be mandatory to put PVs on. It's actually quite difficult. We build houses that have very, very little heating requirements, and yet the planners regularly say to us, the house must have a chimney. That's crazy. Applications are judged on things like numbers of bedrooms, car parking spaces, and garden sizes, which are all important, but they don't address carbon. And things like car parking spaces, if we're trying to reduce the number of cars on a scheme by having an electric car club, then we're not going to need as many car parking spaces, and we need to look at using the land more innovatively. So in short, the planning process is very long-winded and expensive, and that means that it's much easier for big builders to manipulate the system than it is for people like ourselves who are trying to do zero carbon buildings. The system is set up to rubber stamp the norm rather than to help with the transition to zero carbon. And if we consider why the big house builders are not doing zero carbon, it's because anything that's different to what they do at the moment represents a change, and change increases risk for them, and risk is linked to cost. And if they're going to do something different, they've got a learning curve, and that may have some cost increase in the short term. As we heard from Chris Stark this morning, overall it might be cheaper, but in the short term there's some pain to go through in learning how to do this. And house builders perceive if something is more risky and more expensive, then they can't afford to pay so much for the land, which means somebody else might outbid them on the land. And it might also reduce the value of their current land bank. There are also supply chains that need to be developed, but we will only develop those supply chains if we develop the demand for them. So at the moment, there is no advantage for a big house builder to take the step and be the first, because they perceive it sets them at a disadvantage to their competitors. The electricity grid, I think, has some problems. If you want to put less than 4 kilowatts of PVs on your roof, the grid has to allow you to export any surplus electricity, the grid operators, the network operators. However, if you install more than 4 kilowatts of PV on the roof, they may not allow you to export any of the surplus electricity. We've got a problem at the moment where we've got 7 to 10 kilowatts of PVs on houses, and they won't allow any export at all. They, in some cases, won't allow you to install an AC battery, such as a Tesla Powerwall, because there's a risk it may export to the grid. So all of these things are a disincentive to doing the right thing. So some quick fixes of what we could do. I think all new houses should be built to the current building regulations, irrespective of when the project gained consent. It will probably come as a surprise and a shock to some of you to hear that there are housing schemes being built to historic building control regulations. Also, all new houses should be tested for airtightness. At the moment, it's only a requirement to test 1 in 10. So guess what? That's the one that people focus on. I think we could make Oxfordshire an innovation zone for zero carbon buildings. There's a lot of momentum, particularly under the One Planet Oxfordshire scheme at the moment. We could use community infrastructure levy as a variable levy, and it could operate in a similar way to motor vehicle tax. So we link the levy to the amount of CO2 emissions. The more you emit, the higher the levy, the less you emit, the lower the levy. We could also link stamp duty as a sliding scale, link that to energy performance as well. We definitely need to persuade the grid operators to accept at least 4 kilowatts of export from all PV arrays. And as you heard from Chris earlier, we need to address the cost imbalance between electricity and gas for heating and hot water. And then in terms of longer term policies, I think all councils should adopt the climate emergency supplementary planning document that's been produced by Oxford Friends of the Earth as soon as possible. That gives them some policy to start to make more sustainable decisions about planning. We need to make the planning process easier for zero carbon houses and more difficult for ordinary houses. If it was quicker and easier to get permission for zero carbon houses, people would start to move in that direction. And we need to set a clear and robust roadmap to zero carbon as soon as possible. The house builders will only act on certainty. Now, you may remember that we had a roadmap for zero carbon called the Code for Sustainable Homes. The major house builders spent more money lobbying against it than they did working out how they were going to meet it. And they finally persuaded government to abandon it in 2015. We cannot let that sort of thing happen again. We have to have certainty, and these house builders will then start to develop their supply chains and methods accordingly. I think we also need to allow housing associations to link rent to energy efficiency. At the moment, there's a strange disconnect that if a housing association puts PVs on the roof of a house, it saves the tenants a lot of money in their energy costs, but there's no way of getting that back into the housing association, which also means for builders and developers, there's no incentive to make affordable housing more energy efficient, because they don't get paid any more for it than they would do if it was just meeting building regulations. So there's a disconnect there that needs to be closed. And finally, as Abraham Lincoln said, the best way to predict the future is to create it. And that's exactly what we need to do. Thank you, David. I think that hopefully is just about on time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ian. Great as ever. And do check out these homes, because they are very, very impressive. And I've been in them a few times now. Right, but with lots of questions coming in for this session. Karl, firstly to you about the engagement you're getting from government, because someone was very impressed with what you're presenting. I'm sure lots of people were. Do you feel that government's taking your work seriously?
Maybe not seriously enough. We definitely work with government, both local and central. We feel, yeah, I think it came up in the comment, the future home standard, whether that goes far enough. We've made a submission which says we need to go further than that. Similarly with the future building standard. So I think UKGBC definitely does work with government. However, we are wanting a more progressive and radical approach to a lot of policies being made.
Okay, thank you. Ian, there's quite a few questions about homes, as you might imagine, given the number of homes we've had in the area. And I'm going to just try and chuck them all. I think you covered probably in your presentation the answers to some of these, but I'm going to just try and chuck them all together, because there was some we couldn't ask Chris as well. So Linda asked, actually before any of the talk started, how will we deal with the thousands of homes with planning permission already being built without any requirement for green standards? Chris asked about, we don't have the technology for clean hydrogen at scale, so how can we ensure that heat pumps are used and we get 28 million houses retrofitted? James said he lives in a new build home. Solar panels, EV charging points were not offered by the developer, and in fact there are barriers in place. So how do you change behavior when developers are not compelled and such barriers exist? Why are we still allowing them with gas central heating? Plenty of buildings are fossil fuel heated and leaky. What are the costs of retrofitting? So, you know, a whole bunch of things really are essentially on the same theme. Lots of houses not being built to the right standards. I think you did cover some of what what they've asked there. What do you see as the key measure, I suppose, to make sure we get a better standard of housing that's much more like what you're building and less like what we too often see at the moment?
Right. I think it's quite difficult. We've now given planning consent to all of these houses. So the quick fixes I mentioned, just to reiterate those: make developers build to the current building regulations, even if they got planning consent 5 years ago and dug a hole 5 years ago, they shouldn't be allowed to build to the 2013 building regs now. Again, back to test every house for airtightness. Airtightness is quite a a good measure of energy performance. It's only one of the characteristics, but it's one that's easy to measure. So test every house, don't just test 1 in 10. So those are quick fixes on the legislation side, but I think we've got to try and tilt the economics. So we've got to make developers want to do something better. So if all of a sudden you didn't pay stamp duty on a passive house, guess what? Developers would start to build passive houses because they would look more attractive in the market. If you didn't have to pay a community infrastructure levy, or you had a lower levy on something that was energy efficient, they would start to look at it. And all of those sorts of measures, you know, it's a budgeting exercise, the sort of thing Treasury does all the time in terms of balancing. If you're reducing the cost for an activity you want to encourage, you've got to increase the cost for an activity you want to discourage. And so you've got to link those two things together. But let's face it, we're on quite a long haul. The Code for Sustainable Homes came out in 2006. 15 years later, we're still not there. So we've now got 9 years to solve the problem. We've learned a lot in those last 10 or 15 years, but we've now got to put that into practice as quickly as possible. I think it's also a mindset change as well. Certainly, probably between 2013 and 2018, our mindset was about how do we minimize the negative impact on the environment when we build a house. But we've started to think of it more differently, to say how can we create a positive impact on the environment when we build a house. And that's the sort of thing we're now in the zone where we've got to look at restoring the climate and the ecosystem, not just reducing the negative impact on it.
Yeah. Thank you. Philip asks, I'll start with you, Karl, and see if Ian wants to add anything. Philip asks, how do you plan to produce cement and steel for building with fossil fuel heat sources without major price rises, given that a therm from electricity costs 4 times as much as from gas?
Yeah, it's a good question, and there's going to need to be a lot of innovation and radical shift in those fossil fuel heavy industries. I think, like Ian's kind of mentioned throughout, this transition is happening, and the earlier that stakeholders get on board, the better they're going to be able to prepare. So we need to be able to achieve net zero by 2050. The UK government's mandated that, which means steel and cement companies need to invest heavily in bringing down the carbon intensity of their products. There's a new initiative called Steel Zero, which does exactly that. And it means that developers can actually specify for Steel Zero products in their buildings. So I think it's certainly a barrier in the short term, but that market demand is going to mean that the economy is going to shift in favor of low carbon and zero carbon construction products. And also, like Ian mentioned, that the bio-based, the competition from bio-based products is also hot on the heels. So moving to timber construction in place of steel and cement is also an innovation that the construction industry can embrace.
Thank you. Caroline asked right at the end of your session, Karl, where are the teeth to get this happening in our constituency? Is it national government or local government?
Yeah, so we have developed some kind of policy playbooks for local government, recognizing that there's kind of a policy gap from central government. So we do expect that it's going to be kind of a shared challenge. So we definitely work with local authorities to try and set the more progressive policy recommendations. And I might drop a few links into some of those policy playbooks just to give you a sense of what that looks like.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. A couple of questions now for you, Ian. Kath asks, what are the implications of such good air tightness in the future when the temperatures are getting higher? Won't that lead to hotter homes in the summer?
Very, very good question. With increased levels of air tightness, there has to be an appropriate ventilation strategy. We don't want to live in hermetically sealed buildings. So the principle is really summed up in the phrase build tight and vent right. So you build an airtight building and then you ventilate it in the way that is optimum for the building. At the moment, in most buildings, ventilation happens by accident. So ventilation is one of the key things, but overheating is a potential risk. So a very well insulated building will stay at whatever temperature it's set at, and then be affected by what's going on within that building. So if for example, you open the windows early in the morning, let out any warm air, replace that with cool air, and then shut the windows before it warms up, the house will stay cool all day. But the threats to that are things like solar gain from poorly designed buildings. So we need to design buildings that don't get too much solar gain. They need solar gain in the winter, but you don't want it in the summer. So things like orientation, shading are very important. And this comes back again to the planning system. The planning system looks more at building alignments rather than orientation. So, positions of buildings are often determined by street seams rather than alignment to the sun. So we've got to start designing buildings that are properly aligned to perform, to get solar gain in the winter, to reduce heating bills, but to have appropriate shading in the summer, that sort of thing. So it's quite a challenge. All the understanding is there in the passive house methodology, and the passive house software looks at all of these things, but we will see some pain along the way.
And then two, which together to you, Ian, Anonymous asks, how scalable is your model given the number of houses you need to build? And David asks, can you compete with big builders when it comes to acquiring land? Do landowners need to accept a lower premium for their land in order to choose to follow your route? If you could do those as quick as you can, because I do want to get to your polling questions. So.
Okay, in simple terms, it is scalable, but scaling any business has all sorts of challenges. Building the zero carbon building bit is the easy part. It's everything else that's around it that's the challenge in terms of scaling. Yes, we can afford to buy land at competitive prices. I think our building costs are in line with anybody else at the same scale as us, and on a relative scale, we would see our building costs coming down to the point where we'll actually be really competitive with the mainstream house builders, but their costs will go up as they go through the learning curve as well. So yeah, I think that's all.
I'm going to squeeze in one more from Joe. I'll put this to Karl because I think it probably applies to buildings as much as houses, but she's asking about retrofitting. Now, she says the majority of the population live in houses built in the last century, but I assume, the same principle applies, if not the same scale, to buildings people work in as well, not least the building I work in Monday to Thursday. So how do you incentivize retrofitting? And if you do that quickly, Karl, we'll then do your polling.
Yeah, one position that we put out is to remove the VAT on retrofits, because it seems like inequality between new construction and retrofit. And certainly the greenest building is the one that's already there. So ensuring that we're prioritizing retrofit is going to be crucial to drive down embodied carbon. I'll try and send a link on that other piece I mentioned.
Yeah, great. Well, thank you very much, Ian and Karl. I'm sure people found that as interesting as I did, and I hope you'll stay for the other sessions. We're just going to quickly now do some polling questions because I'm going to use the answers of these. And these are, I haven't designed any of these questions. They've come from our panelists. So I want to do Sarah's first because I didn't do those. So hopefully you can all see this. And quick as you can, Sarah, Alan, how important is it, if at all, to understand considered public preferences about how the UK should reach net zero? So if you can So if you can all just vote on the screen. You'll see some of you are going down to the second and third question, which is great. 3 questions there. The thing I don't understand.
Just running a little behind.
A couple more seconds to do that one. And don't worry, Steve, I'll have you away by 12:30. Okay, looks like everybody's done that for now. Those were the results. Right, I'm going to do the next polls later because it keeps coming up with Sarah's again instead of, we have got them all loaded, but I'm obviously doing something wrong. So we'll do that after the next session and crack on because Steve has got to go at 12:30 because there's actually a debate on community energy this afternoon in Parliament, which I would be taking part in if it weren't for it clashing, unfortunately, with today. So energy is obviously one of the key topics here and has been involved in the discussion that we've already had on a range of areas. And again, I'm combining a really great local organisation with a national one too. We're going to kick off with the local one. Some of you will be very familiar with Westmill, which has a wind and solar farm, and we're very pleased to have Mike Blanch here today, who's actually a chartered mechanical engineer, and he's worked on wind energy related research for 13 odd years. He's currently the wind energy manager at Atkins, and he's been involved in the development of 2 wind farms. And then we'll go to Steve Shaw, Powerful People, who are pushing the local electricity bill. But thanks very much, Mike. Over to you.
Thank you very much, David. I think that's a slightly old CV.
Oh, well, tell people the new stuff.
I used to have nice darker hair at that point, but that's great. I'll talk about that in a minute. And a lot of my work I actually do is on offshore wind. I'm a consultant, including writing things more recently like the North Carolina strategy for offshore wind, which is quite fun. And I was once just seconded into, we talked about prices earlier, I was once seconded into BIS as it was then. And we were doing work on doing the first industrial strategy for offshore wind. So very keen to get more factories in the UK, building components. And I also, in 2012, we started doing a bit of work with the Crown Estate, which was looking at the prices of offshore wind and where it might get to. And at the time we produced a price that nobody believed, so we had to put it up because it was incredible, and we therefore part of my consultancy work put it up, but it has since come down dramatically. But I'd just like to share this presentation about Westmill. And hopefully you'll be able to see that. Is that coming up for you? Great, good. So let me just talk about Westmill. Westmill is a group of people really, 2 co-ops, and it's just lost my screen for some reason. Right. Are you able to see my screen? Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. I'll need to be able to move it. I can't seem to be able to. Ah, there we are. Yeah, so in the Vale of Whitehorse in your constituency, David, 8 miles northeast of Swindon. It's the only location in the UK where there's a large community-owned wind farm. I say large, 6.5 megawatts, and that big, as well as a solar generation park, 5 megawatt rated. There are 2 pioneering cooperatives there, and also the sustainable energy charity WeSet, which I chair. It involves people. So Wind has about 240 members of its co-op. So they, 2,400 members who basically own the co-op. Solar has 1,700, and about 800 people are estimated to be both. So that's 330 individuals owning the assets there. And we're also looking at the moment to try and develop a 3 megawatt battery storage, but things seem to be tough to do that. While there's outline planning permission, we have an exorbitant grid offer, which again is one of these hurdles that is quite painful. You can see here, David is standing to the left because you came around and visited us last year, and we're all 2 meters apart because of the COVID requirements there. But you can see the 5 turbines and 21,620 PV panels, some of which are shown in that picture. The history of the site is that we went for initial planning permission for the wind. These days, it's much easier to get planning permission for wind farms in the sense that you're prescribed a time limit by which local authorities have to respond, 16 weeks. This first one took 5 years. Just shows you how things change. Although planning for wind has a separate complexities with it, but I won't go into those. 2008, we had the wind farm built, so the Sustainable Energy Trust start, and the solar park was built actually completely commercially, first of all, with an option to purchase. And unlike the wind farm, that was the co-op bought it after it was built, so it's much easier to construct in that way. And one of the things that the co-ops want to do is connect with their members. Because we're not licensed electricity suppliers, we can't actually sell power to our members direct. So we have launched a scheme called the trading dividend, where members receive payment for purchasing the electricity they produce, but they have to purchase it through what is co-op, effectively co-op energy. But we're very excited by that to try and make that link, because it's a criticism the FSA give us that we can't make that link, but it actually can't legally make that link to sell it directly anyway. So we're in a little bit of a bind there. But it's good to see that link being made. There's some figures here. I won't dwell on them particularly, except to say we do generate enough electricity over the year to supply 5,000 UK households. So they're basically the villages, Shriven and Watchfield, Highworth, all get supplied on average from us. And there's some numbers there about revenue, which is not a small amount. The solar receives quite a good tariff, although its load factor is quite low, which is sometimes criticised, but it is locally produced power, and there becomes a point where the grid itself becomes a problem in the future if too much power is trying to go in different directions from where it might be optimal, perhaps to do supply wind power. Yeah, so Co-op Energy Octopus actually buys the electricity from Westmill Wind and Solar, and we think about 20% of the Westmill Wind and Solar members buy from that, and therefore are eligible for that trading dividend I mentioned. So we're trying to be innovative in connecting people with the very much connecting people with the power that they actually use. Okay. I wanted to talk a bit about cooperatives because we think cooperatives are very important because they are a part of the capitalist system that has things enshrined into it, like the voluntary and open membership, democratic member control. We think it's very important. One member, one vote is how the organisations are run. Autonomy and independence, members' economic participation, as we just discussed. It's the fact that if we produce surpluses, we pay what in the commercial world they will say dividends, what we call interest. We also have a desire to do education, training, and informing people. Cooperatives try and cooperate amongst themselves, and we also have enshrined in there is concern for communities. They're all good, positive things in our economy. So, just like to talk very briefly about the community funding we do, and you may be interested in applying for some of it directly from the solo carp. He has calls, so please be aware of that. So apart from taxes, which you obviously pay, and keeping the surplus money local in the people who benefit or make the profit are the shareholders, most of whom are local. Westmill makes contributions to Reset, which is a great charity, and Westmill Solar, I say allocates more than 85k, actually it's up to 120k this year, but we have this vision, the local stuff, regional, so we do help support Low Carbon Hub, we help mid-counties COVID-19 fund, for example. And then we have a national view. We help fund Community Energy England and the Pritchett Foundation, and a global where we help fund Renewable World, which actually is rather good because it does have a cooperative model that it runs in developing countries. So very much a sustainable and accountable system. Yeah, we were trying to build a Westmill centre on site. And it just all got far too complicated. Grants running out, people's costs going up because of COVID. It was quite a nightmare. So I just wanted to report very briefly that this is on hold at the moment. And we were reviewing how we might go ahead. But this again was to try and increase the ability to educate people about sustainable issues. We always wonder when we're in there standing in the rain shouting at people whether they actually hear much of what of the messages we actually try and convey. And this was, I think, an attempt at least to make that a little bit more of a civilized experience. I wanted to ask you a question, so not the polling question yet, but I want to ask you who owns this wind farm. I know it's a rhetorical question because you can't speak back to me, but this is actually owned by Orsted, who are a large developer of wind farms, world leader, but it also is owned by a cooperative. And I think people think that cooperatives are very small, do rather insignificant things, and this is not true. And there's a link there, you can see who owns that, but there's certainly a space in big projects for community ownership. It may be a small fraction, but that's what we'd like to see. So I'd just like to talk about areas of change that we'd like to see. I mean, there are plenty of things that that cause people trying to do good stuff problems. One of the grid issues, as I just mentioned, it seems crazy that a site that generates at peak 11.5 megawatts has to pay for reinforcing for adding 3 megawatts of complementary storage. And actually adding that 3 megawatts just makes the site so much more predictable. Well, it is predictable, but so much more firmer in the power it produces, which is important. We'd like to see the government do more promoting the cooperative model because we think it's a very good one. Sarah Allen's talk was very interesting. I hadn't fully appreciated what come back from that, but it helps people with more of the solutions. We keep going, we keep challenging people. I keep challenging myself. Am I doing enough reducing my own carbon footprint? But I think people sharing directly in the financial supply chain, which is seldom talked about. We always talk about supply chain as if it's just turbines and just solar panels. And I think it helps inspire people and and people tell us that Westmill is a beacon about the future that they'd like to see. Indeed, Anthea Turner turned up for a TV program last year and was saying, "Oh, this is what the future should look like." And we think, well, if there are other things, but that's good. Yeah, and there could be things like involving community ownership to new generation capacity. I recognise, for example, that I work in offshore wind, and I have talked about various people about doing this, but it'd be nice to have a prod from the government to encourage more of that. Perhaps 5% of each offshore wind farm, which is still a healthy sum of money, rather than just leaving it to the big boys, who are very important to deliver the decarbonisation we need. If you haven't had a virtual tour, come. We have virtual tours. We have just started on-site tours again. You can book there. And we do have a lot of things about learning resources. We talk about energy, electricity, the story of Westmill itself, wind, solar power, sustainable futures, hydro. We also have the Aussie Knock project, which was a low carbon hub project. So there's a hydro aspect as well, and something on the fish pass there. So do avail yourselves of those things. And that was me. So thank you for that short journey in what we said is Westmill is up to.
Thanks very much, Mike. I'm disappointed about the centre, and do let me know if there's anything I can do at this end to help with that. And yes, you have a virtual tour, but if you can get down there physically at some point, then it's very impressive. We're going to get straight to Steve Shaw now. Power for People. You guys know I'm one of the co-sponsors of the local electricity bill. These guys are the main organisation behind it. Steve's been involved in a bunch of other campaigns relating to climate change as well, including campaigning for the Climate Change Act. So keen to hear from him. We've got to let him go by 12:30. Over to you, Steve.
Thank you, David. And I'm going to presume that everyone can hear me clearly. And I will just share my screen. All right, I presume everyone can see that. Tell me if you cannot. So we are Power for People. We're a environmental campaigning NGO that I founded a few years ago. My background is in parliamentary campaigning, which I'm going to tell you a bit about. Great way to achieve change. We have two aims. One is to accelerate the transition to 100% renewable energy for the UK. But secondly, and crucially, absolutely crucially, communities must benefit. People must see local direct benefits so that they accept or indeed welcome the incredible transition that dramatically and urgently needs to happen. So yes, I said I'm the director and founder. Oh yes, but first a big thank you to David. As David just said, he is one of the sponsors of the local electricity bill, and he has done a lot already in Parliament to promote it and help it. So I really want to emphasise a thanks to David. It's so important to say thank you to our elected representatives when they help and they do things that we ask them to do. So David, a huge thank you to you, and great that you're organising today, of course, as well. There's a nice little cutting from the Herald about the bill and David's sponsorship. So a little bit on bill campaigning and exactly what it is. Having a specific ask for new legislation and getting lots of people to get involved, to ask their MP to support it and to promote it is a very, very effective way of solving environmental problems. That just there in the corner is the local electricity bill itself. Quite short, as you can see. All those names at the end, well, actually, there's a lot more now, but they're the MPs that are backing it. And so, yeah, quite short, as you can see. Often bills start quite short when they are this kind of a bill, one that's a campaign's been running for. And often they end up much longer. So, for example, the Climate Change Act, the first version, which I actually drafted in a pub with two of my colleagues, was 5 pages, but the final piece of legislation was 125 pages. But the core was contained in the original draft that we wrote. Here's another I appreciate not climate change. Recycling, obviously, very important. This is the first campaign I worked on, led by Friends of the Earth, but a big coalition and a big grassroots campaign. This was what introduced the doorstep collection that we all have. Before then, no doorstep collection, and of course, our domestic recycling rate was very poor, way below 10% it was. Meanwhile, countries like Austria had about 75% of their waste being recycled, so domestically. So you know, we got this through. The government initially, a Labour government at the time, very much against it, but big grassroots campaign persuaded them. That there kneeling at the front in that picture is Joan Ruddock, who was the backbench MP who took it through as a thing called a ballot bill, type of private members bill. Next to her is Tony Juniper, who was the chief executive of Friends of the Earth, now head of Natural England. Another great example, a towering example, I would say, of how these campaigns can achieve immense change is the Climate Change Act. We started the campaign, that drafting in the pub I just mentioned, that was in 2005. So about 3 years, became an act in 2008, fantastic, full cross-party support, huge campaign, lots of grassroots activity, that's what won it. And since that act became law, we have seen incredible things. This here is one of the biggest offshore wind farms in the world, and the UK now has the biggest offshore wind farms in the world. We have met our first 2 5-yearly emissions reduction budgets under the Climate Change Act. That's budgets to progressively reduce our greenhouse gas emissions as an economy. So now we are unfortunately off track, and more policies and action from government is needed very much. But nevertheless, the effect of this is huge, and we really are globally, in many ways, what we've achieved over the last 10 years or so, a shining example. So let's talk about the campaign we are running now, which is for the local electricity bill. We call it the Community Energy Revolution because it really is going to be a big reform to the way the whole system works. So first, the problem. Well, the problem is blocked potential. So here's the 2 figures that really show it. 3,000 megawatts. That's what a government report back in 2014 said that we could have in community renewable generation by 2020. But what do we have at the moment? We're just over a tenth of that, 319 megawatts. That's the statistic out from the Community Energy State of the Sector report published only a few weeks ago. Now that's less than 0.5% of the total UK electricity generating capacity. So the scale of this potential is absolutely enormous. And by the way, 3,000 megawatts isn't the sort of ceiling. It is at least 3,000 megawatts that we could have. Now the potential is being blocked. Why? Well, one of the key reasons is community energy schemes like Mike's brilliant one, Westmill Solar, that you just heard all about, quite substantial, isn't it? You know, not just a few solar panels on a roof. They are unable to sell directly to local people, or put it another way around, you and I cannot be customers of a local energy supplier. We all go to one of those, well, there's the big 6 utilities, or there's about 50 in total we can choose from. But there could be thousands of these. Now, why is this happening? Well, we have antiquated market rules. The rules that govern the market, they were designed in the 1990s when the energy system was privatized, and they largely made sense then. You know, we had only large power stations back then. But now things are completely different, and the rules are not fit for purpose. They need reform. And what ultimately it's leading to is insurmountable costs. So the costs of setting up and running a supply company, so like a utility, are enormous. IPPR, a research group, said they exceed £1 million as set up. So obviously the only offerings are at national scale, which is why you and I, when we go to buy electricity, we have to go to nationally licensed and nationally operating utilities. So what this is kind of like, and a lot of MPs find this very helpful, as understanding, is it's a bit like me saying, I want to set up a microbrewery. I'm going to brew some lovely local beer, and I want to deliver it to local pubs, cafes, restaurants, etc. I go to register the one delivery van that I need, and I'm told that it's going to cost me £1 million a year because I'm using the road network. Obviously, I can't run the business. The business is never going to get started. The beer is never going to get brewed. This is the situation that community energy is facing, and this is what's causing the blockage. So what's the solution? Well, we need to enable renewable generators to be able to sell directly to local customers. We need to change the rules so that those costs are proportionate. And that's why we're going to Parliament. It requires legislation, and hence this is a bill campaign. So if we got the bill through Parliament, it would become the Local Electricity Act. But what would that actually mean? Well, like I say, you and I will all then be able to buy from a local supplier if we wanted. That then means that new community energy schemes, or indeed expansion of existing community energy projects and groups, becomes viable. It becomes financially viable. They can crowdsource or borrow the money to build new renewable generation, which is ultimately what we want to achieve here, because they're getting that revenue stream directly from local customers. And then, of course, there's all the knock-on benefits, skilled jobs. The State of the Sector report I just mentioned said how community energy reduces bills. The system is more efficient because you have energy being used closer to where it is generated. The market rules don't recognize this at the moment. So there is an estimate from WPI Economics, economic think tank, said 1.5 million tons of CO2 equivalent emissions would be saved each year if we can get up to the 3,000 megawatts generation of renewables. And remember, that's not the limit. That's just, we reckon we can go probably twice as much as that. We reckon 6 gigawatts is quite possible. But we've got to create this reform. So let's talk about the campaign. So as I said, with those other campaigns, it's all about building lots of grassroots pressure. And indeed, if you have already helped, I want to say a big thank you to you, because you are what creates success. We have a national coalition, 75 organizations at the moment. Interestingly, they include 3 of the 6 DNOs, distribution network operators. So these are the regional grid companies. Mike mentioned the one that covers Oxfordshire. And it is very significant that 3 of these 6 huge grid monopoly companies are backing the bill, because it's probably going to mean they have to make quite a few upgrades. It's going to have quite an impact on them. So if they've publicly come out and backed it, by the way, the other 3 aren't opposed to it. We're in talks with them. So, hopefully we'll get them all on board. So, this is good. 70 county and local authorities, not Oxfordshire and not the Vale of White Horse, but I'll get on to a bit more of that in a second. 330 parish, town and community councils as well. Brilliant. Obviously, councils at all levels, they could potentially become local suppliers, or they could become partners with local community cooperatives and suppliers if we are able to get this law through Parliament. And then 550 community energy groups, community organizations backing the campaign as well. So real widespread grassroots support, thousands of individuals too, tens of thousands, all lobbying their MPs, which is absolutely brilliant. And here's the result. 258 MPs at the moment backing the bill. So to give you an idea, 650 MPs in Parliament, so 325 is half. So we're getting close. We're getting up towards half the House of Commons. Great, as you can see there, that's the breakdown. Very good cross-party representation there, roughly proportionate to the parties represented in Parliament. So brilliant. David, as I said, a leading figure, one of the 12 sponsors over the last 12 months of the bill, and again, thanks to him. And we've got a cross-party sponsorship as well. So, these campaigns, we always campaign cross-party. We are a non-party affiliated organization, and the only way these campaigns and this campaign will succeed is with a big cross-party backing. So this is great to see, really encouraging, but we are by no means there yet. So how do you succeed? How will we succeed? Well, one question, is often, how many MPs does it need? Often it's not down to sort of hard votes actually happening on a bill like this in Parliament. It might come down to votes, but what's much more likely is that when an overwhelming number of MPs, probably around 400, are backing the bill, that's the point at which the government would be engaging with us. We would agree the actual detailed wording with the government, and then we would see government support, and then the bill would go through probably without any real contested votes. When? Well, we think this is possible over the next 12 months. The government have said they agree in principle with the bill, which is really good. And it's more about the detail, getting that right. That's very much what the debate in Parliament this afternoon, that I'm unfortunately going to have to rush off to, is going to be about. So yeah, over the next 12 months, I think there's a distinct possibility, but if not, definitely within the next 24 months. And can it be done? Well, I mean, I think the numbers are clear. The growth in support, that cross-party support, I think it definitely can be done, and obviously it needs to be done. We urgently need to transition to renewables. So actions for yourselves. Well, I always say write to your MP, but please do write to David if indeed, I presume he is your MP, but if he's not, please write to your MP. you can tell David how much you support it. It will help David to be able to stand up in the Commons or to write to the minister and say, look, I've had a lot of correspondence from my constituents from this. That is just as important as an MP being persuaded to back it in the first place. Second, meet with your MP. We organise virtual visits. Perhaps not so necessary with David. He's very on board, as I've said. This was one we did in Leeds with 3 of the MPs there. It was a really positive meeting, and it got all 3 of them from a sort of position of, oh, I sort of heard about this, to, gosh, this is really good, and actively trumpeting it in Parliament. So really great. Thirdly, this is the one I'd really like to emphasize to you all, please, and any other members and people you know locally. Write to your local council, or actually councils plural. Oxfordshire and Vale of White Horse do not yet support the bill, and we need lots of local councils on board. They can pass a motion. Email me if you would like a model motion to send to your councillors. If you're not Vale of White Horse, please check our website. It will tell you all the councils that back it. If your local authority is not on there, please write to them. But yes, as I say, please write to Oxfordshire. And finally, promote it. Write to your local paper. Ask other people to sign up to the campaign. They can do so very quickly on our website. Post it on social media. Spread the word. Trumpet it. These campaigns succeed because people talk about it and spread the word. Here's an article back in February in the Telegraph heralding the bill. So brilliant. You know, the media are interested in this. They will cover it. You'll be surprised how easy it is to get something in the local paper as well. Now, David asked me to mention a couple of other reforms for renewable energy, so I'm just going to go through very quickly. And these aren't things we are campaigning for specifically at the moment, but we do in England have a planning blockage effectively on new onshore wind projects, and it needs to change. It's been removed now for Scotland and Wales, but it absolutely makes no sense. We need a level playing field, and it absolutely needs to change. It needs to go back to the way it was. We organised a cross-party letter a couple of years back, which got the block removed for existing projects, which is great, so they can be repowered. But we need it. We need it changed for onshore wind projects. Of course, nowhere should have onshore wind projects forced upon them, but you know, if a local community overwhelmingly wants one, they should be able to have one, and the planning rules do not allow that at the moment, so that's a problem. Secondly, this was recommended by the Environmental Audit Committee, a very important parliamentary body, and it's also in the Community Energy State of the Sector report, to create a smart export guarantee. So this is the small subsidy that's received by exports of renewable energy to the grid, and it will really help community energy if we can have that for them as well. And then a little bonus, which is about buildings, but there's a bill called the Domestic Premises Energy Performance Bill, and this is basically to enshrine in law the Conservative Party commitment to have all homes, so that's retrofits as well, that's existing homes, brought up to Energy Performance Certificate Band C by 2035. It'd be great to enshrine that in law, actually then lead to more of the policies to make it happen. I don't actually know, David, if you're backing this bill, but I think it's a great bill. As I say, we're not campaigning for it, but I think it would really help. So there's a couple of bonuses for you. There's one more thing I want to emphasize, which is the climate crisis, I think, can be overwhelming when you look at things like the heat wave that's happened in Vancouver, that building that collapsed in Florida, which is, well, they think possibly related to rising sea levels, which of course is related to climate change. But you know, you start to see just how scary this is going to continually become. This is just the beginning. Don't be disheartened. Just do what you can. We must all do what we can. I'm doing everything I can. It is our collective efforts that will solve this. We can solve this. We can overcome this kind of a crisis. But you know, it's great that you're here and listening. Get others to help as well, and just remember to do all you can. So I think I've got a little bit of time for questions. Yes. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Steve. I mean, I consider this bill a no-brainer, but you've done such great work campaigning on it, and thank you for that. Yes, we've had some questions coming in. Mike has been typing answers to some of the questions as they've been coming in, but we'll do some of them anyway. So, Heather, I hope your question about the barriers to community energy has been covered by Steve's presentation, but Leo asked you both, is there a role for small-scale community-owned energy generation in low-carbon housing developments like the one we just heard about in Greencore? Are there opportunities to solve problems on both sides for energy generation, demand and storage? So, I mean, I presume the answer is yes. Mike, I know you've touched one.
I think you have to be slightly careful. It's a question about where you put your resources. Thumbs up we got there from Greencore. I think it's just we did a trial at WeSet did a trial where you could trade between people who are producing electricity from PV panels and those needing it, called the energy local. And we hope to do something like that going forward. We are looking at that type of thing in terms of ownership of PV panels. People do commercially offer to put PV panels on people's roofs and they own them. So there would be a model community model to do that. And the low carbon hub does put a lot of PV panels on schools and program there. So no reason not to. I suspect the Greencore ones, are they actually privately owned by the person who buys the house? Just as a question.
Okay, yeah, Ian's nodding at that. You're quite quiet, Mike. I don't know if it's just me.
Sorry.
Oh, there you are. There you are.
Is that better? Is that better?
Yeah. Steve,
Great,
yeah,
sorry.
but we'll come back to you on some of the others. Steve, what's your view of this?
Sorry, could you just
do you think
repeat the question?
Is there a role for small-scale community-owned energy in low-carbon housing developments like the Greencore one? I don't know if you were there for the Greencore presentation.
I was, yeah. I mean, absolutely, yeah. But I think that really, of course, it's a yes, and it's not an or. But it's really an and the and is that it's the big reforms that are needed. You know, we need to get things reformed at scale, big regulatory change at scale, which is obviously why we've gone more for, you know, the local electricity bill and reforming the whole energy rules and energy market. I think in terms of buildings, really retrofit, I think I'm glad that question got raised, you know, because it is obviously most buildings are old, and we have such an energy inefficient housing stock and building stock. We really urgently need policies that are going to deal with that, which is why I mentioned that sort of bonus, that other bill, which I think really would help.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Philip asks, what's the current cost of a unit of electricity delivered? It's quite a technical question. There's a couple of technical questions actually. What's the current cost of a unit of electricity delivered on a calm night to the grid from wind, solar or gas turbine generation? Do either of you know that off the top of your heads?
It depends.
Okay.
It all depends when things are contracted.
Okay.
I would say the general thing is that onshore wind is on schedule to be as cheap as gas turbines about now, offshore in a few years' time. But you know, it is getting comparable, and of course zero cost for solar because it won't generate at night. It's slight downside. It has a low load factor, i.e., it's not necessarily present as often as onshore wind is, and offshore wind has a very high load factor. Something like nuclear has quite a low load factor for something you think is firm, you know, something like 80% or something. So offshore wind gets up to a load factor of something like 50%. So it is more present than you might think.
Yeah, okay. And then there's been a couple of questions, and if any have got questions about the campaign or indeed about Westmill, but Mike has been answering some of them as they've come in. But if there are any questions about the bill, but there've been a couple of questions about green and blue hydrogen, essentially asking, I suppose, which one is the best prospect, and is there ever the chance that we're going to produce it at a scale, for example, to heat our homes, or is that a distraction? I mean, Steve, I don't know if you've got a view on that. Mike is nodding along, but why don't you go first, Mike?
I have a view. I think blue hydrogen is a bit concerning. I think green hydrogen is the only way to go. I mean, Rutherford Appleton Laboratory, I think that's in your patch, David, did a calculation about 15 years ago saying that if we use fossil fuels to produce hydrogen, we would increase our carbon emissions significantly. I don't think the position has changed from that. So it's very important that the hydrogen comes from green. And I think a lot of offshore wind farms will find, you know, at the moment we think they're all grid connected and what have you, but they won't be in the future. They will be generating hydrogen. And I think hydrogen is important for things that move because of its light, and it should be used for that as a vector for that type of thing rather than heating homes necessarily. But there is discussion about feeding a degree of hydrogen into the current gas network, and it can be done. But again, it's a limited thing. Nice, good thing to do given the future current technology, but probably not a long-term solution.
Yeah. Steve, do you have a view on that?
Yeah, my view is, I mean, it's got to be green. Perhaps there's the odd situation where it could be more efficient if you have blue rather than a fossil fuel or something, and that's a temporary thing. But the more general point to make whenever hydrogen comes up is that beware of promising technologies that are not yet ready. The urgency of this is so pressing. And so saying that a future and a yet proven technology, no matter how promising it seems to be and how close it seems to be, is very worrying if that's the big focus. And it is concerning how much notice and attention in things like the mainstream media or government announcements hydrogen is getting relative to the existing technology we have. If it wasn't so urgent, yeah, fine, of course, we could get hydrogen working perfectly, and that'd be brilliant, along with things like combined carbon capture and storage. But we don't have the time. We've got great technology that will do it now. We've got to use that now.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Just one question before I do your poll questions, and then you can disappear when you like. At this point, what do you consider the biggest barrier to getting the bill passed? I mean, I have my own view of this, but what do you think, given how well how close you've got so far? What now is the big thing that's in the way, do you think?
Well, we've seen, the latest letters from the Secretary of State. They say that they agree with the principle of establishing it. It's about the detail. They say they're worried about unintended consequences, potential market distortions, etc. Of course, any change you make to a market is a distortion. All rules of a market are distortions. Markets are not laws of nature. But anyway, so
well,
really,
that was the
point. Indeed. So really, we need to start interacting more closely with government. We need to sit down, and indeed that's what this debate is going to be pushing today in Parliament. We need to sit down with the relevant minister, the energy minister, and her officials, and figure out, all right, fine, well, let's figure out the details. There's one more thing we need. We've got to get that number up over half the House of Commons, at least. And David, your support is so welcome, but there's quite a lot of your colleagues who still haven't signed, and they're on the back benches, and they could, so if you could please nudge them, that would really help. That's it's always about just getting it up the government's agenda enough, and until they see it over half the House, well, why should they really fully engage? So, and we can definitely get it there, so let's get it there.
Right, well, I'm going to say thank you. You can stay, but I'm going to say thank you very much, Steve and Mike, just so that Steve can run at 12:30 when he needs to. But I'm going to launch these polling questions now, beginning with Steve's. So, a couple from him. And please do those. A few more seconds to do those if you haven't done them. Okay, there you go. 91% for both. For both, yes. First question, and to strongly agree for the second. So that's those.
I like what I'm seeing.
Then and here's a question from Mike. Take a bit longer to read this one. It's a bit more technical. Mike came up with here. Mike, do you just want to explain CFD and 2MW just in case people don't know exactly what those are? You're on mute, Mike. Oh.
David, I must go now. I'm sorry.
Not a problem, Steve. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much for
We'll share the results with you later.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Sorry, apologies. I was struggling to get the screen. Yeah, CFD is the way the government helps support. I was going to say price support, but it's not necessarily the case, but helps support electricity generators to generate, certainly in case of wind, for 15 years. It gives a stable market. So the things will be purchased for 15 years. I say I'm not using the term price support because offshore wind, certainly the stuff being built in 2023, is expected to pay money into the exchequer, not the other way around. It's contracts for difference as a way of contracting megawatt hours generated. Sorry if it's a bit complicated.
Right, a few more seconds on this one. Then I'm going to quickly do Ian and Karl that I didn't do before we go on with our nature and farming session. Okay. There you have it.
There we have it.
A high response. Right, now let's do Ian and Karl's. So, Karl's, there you go. So these are the questions about buildings. A couple of questions there. A couple of minutes to answer. I take it everyone can see these new questions from Karl. Nobody's voted. Oh yeah, there we go. There's a vote. That's good. Much more split, these ones. A few more seconds to answer these. And all the results from these will go to Alok Sharma in what I sent him. Okay, final chance before I move on to Ian's. Okay. Much more of a split there, but that's a good thing. Okay, and finally, and I know it means we'll start the next session a bit later, but I do want to get these in. So apologies to Ian and Martin, but we'll start very soon. There you go, 4 questions from Ian. Few more seconds on these. Right, and there are the answers for Ian's questions. And this will all be put in the summary that we do, which I will also share with everybody who's here and share online. So thank you very much for taking part in those. Right, now, it was difficult working out exactly what sessions to do on this day, but another very important topic which we heard from Chris and a number of the other speakers today is about nature and farming. And I know that's something that's of a lot of interest to people who write to me, to a number of you on the call. So I'm delighted to have 2 great speakers here. Firstly, Ian Nutt from the Earth Trust. I'm sure you've all been to the Whitnam Clumps and seen what a great job the Earth Trust does there. I was at one of their celebration events last week because they've just finished this fantastic new building, which if you weren't at one of those events, again, I would encourage you to go and see. Ian's been at the Earth Trust since April 2020, but he's worked in food and farming since 2005. His role at the Earth Trust is the strategic development of their food and farming, water and wetlands and future forests programs. So delighted that he's here and that we've got such a great organization like the Earth Trust on our doorstep. I'm waiting for him to switch on his camera. There he is. There he is. And Ian, thank you. Over to you.
Thanks very much, David. Really great to be part of this event today. I'm just going to, I'm assuming I share my screen for my slides to be shared. Great, so bear with me just one moment. And if someone can then give me the nod when they can see the screen, that's brilliant. Thank you very much. So yeah, thanks very much for listening. We're actually going to, so Martin and I are going to talk about slightly different aspects here. And I'm going to talk very much about how at the Earth Trust, how we farm and how we work does so very much in line with people. Martin's going to then move on and tackle the real political pieces, if you like, and the system pieces around farming with nature in practice as well. So we're going to try and tackle this from two slightly different angles. So the Earth Trust, as David says, we are a charity, which is the bit that often gets missed. We are a registered charity in the Whitnams, and we're really lucky to have just over 1,200 acres of land that we provide free access for people to make use of and to visit. But it is a working farm. And that really, interestingly for me, is the important bit about how the Earth Trust works and functions is we provide this interface between the natural environment and people. So people who live here locally, who work here, and people who visit to come and enjoy those spaces. So our mission is to give people access to and experiences of the natural environment through the green spaces that are on their doorsteps, and also through how we manage those spaces as a charity. And we do it in conjunction with people so that people get an understanding of how they interact with the natural environment and can care for the planet. So how do we farm at the Earth Trust? We farm in a snapshot. A really easy way to be able to describe this is that we farm for the benefits of biodiversity, but also for the climate, with people, and really importantly for a farming enterprise, we do so profitably as well. So for us, I think we're in a, you'll hear Martin talk in a while about the payment schemes that exist already and are coming in soon for farming systems. And we believe that at the Earth Trust, we're kind of already at the top end of this because of the way that we already produce food, care for the land, and provide ecosystem services for people. So we do this, we care for our land through three programs, as David mentioned: future forests, food and farming, and water and wetlands. So to make it even more plain, the land, the water, and the trees, all of which we care for and have a duty to look after. So our food and farming program is split three ways. So across our 1,200 acres, it's split between mixed arable enterprise, grassland, wildflower meadows for grazing, and also woodland. So to talk a little bit about the farmland itself, we, for the arable enterprise that we have, we use an absolute minimum input system. So we spray, we treat, and all the rest of it as little as we possibly can. So it's a real minimum input system. And we also have a minimum tillage system. So we try not to disturb the soil. We protect soil quality as much as we possibly can. And we reap the benefits from doing so, not just in terms of food production and the production rates we have, but also in terms of biodiversity and the benefits that that brings. And we do all of that as well with some tenant farmers who are in the picture here that you can see. So we introduced a farm step tenant program, which was a way of really bringing new people onto the land and into the agricultural system. So we provide some of our land at very favourable rates locally that enables people to get on site, get their businesses up and running, and enter the production system. So we have a real mixture, including a pig farmer, a grazier for cattle and sheep. We did have a fruit and veg market garden, which is gone, but we're looking to reinstate that soon. A hedge layer, all kinds of different people on our site, and we support them through our integrated system. On the water and wetlands side of things, we really believe fundamentally that how you integrate water and wetlands within the landscape is a very, very important thing to do. And it's not just because obviously we need water on the farm, and we have a pretty much a closed system, almost entirely closed system in terms of water. We use all of our own water, plow it back onto the land. But also we know that we have a role on our farm in particular, where we have frontage across the Thames and around Dorchester, to provide a whole range of other ecosystem services in terms of flood risk management, water flow management, biodiversity, habitat, and really great features for people to come and see. So right now, as we speak, we're working with the Environment Agency to create a brand new wetland program called River of Life, just off the River Thames on our land here, that will create. Sorry, David. Yes.
One of the guests has just said that your slides are not moving. I'm not. Are they supposed to have done?
They are supposed to have done, and they have for me. So that's.
We're still on how do we farm for some reason.
Okay. And so for how do we farm? Yes, we're still there.
Oh, okay. So you're where you want to be. Fine.
Yeah, we are. We are. Sorry, I only have half a dozen slides, so bear with me. So the water and wetlands program for me is, yes, but very much about how we integrate that water into the system. And the River of Life project is up and running now, and we're already conducting a lot of tours for people to come and really see and understand what that water system means in terms of carbon sequestration, improving biodiversity and species as well. And finally, the future forest side of things. So we integrate trees throughout our farm as well. So not just through hedgerows and filling hedgerow gaps and planting up, but we have various different areas of woodland as well that obviously retain and store carbon as much as possible. We plant up where we can to increase that carbon sequestration, but any timber that we use gets used in a way that returns carbon wherever possible as well. So for example, along the banks of River of Life creation projects, we have planted a wetland woodland, a riparian woodland that helps to shore up the banks and restore the carbon back into the soil, hold the soils together, provide better biodiversity, and contribute towards flood alleviation at the same time. So the way that we use trees is very specific and very much designed around the needs of the landscape. So how do we engage people? I said right at the beginning that for me, the really important bit is the interface that we have with people, because ultimately what we want to be doing at the Earth Trust is shifting and moving and changing people's thoughts, attitudes, behaviours and actions around the climate emergency. So we believe that farmers and landowners have to be really proactive in doing this with people and their communities. So we provide opportunities, which is the really important bit. Providing free access to our land is far more complicated than simply opening the gates or putting in a footpath. We have to facilitate that access, we have to advertise that access, and we have to welcome people to it. So if we want people to come on site and learn and be part of the process, we have to put in a phenomenal amount of work as a charity to make that happen. We have to provide people with the opportunities so that people can learn through doing, and those opportunities have to really appeal to people. So some of the ways that we do that is we have a volunteer network. Our volunteer network has grown over the past 12 months from 200 to 300 strong people who do everything from helping us clear the land, maintain the footpaths, litter pick on community reserves, all the way through to supporting us with marketing, fundraising, and everything else that we need to do to keep things working. And without those volunteers that have a phenomenal value to us, we would not be able to farm and produce foods and welcome people to our site in the way that we do. It's really important that those volunteers then for us become community ambassadors and share that knowledge and learning within their communities. We also run campaigns and have a range of supporters. So we have public communication messaging that goes out that really advocates what it is that we are doing in order for people to shift and change their behaviours, whether it be how people use green spaces and access them, whether it be how people buy food and making choices around food, and policies that surround that as well. We have an education program. So that education program isn't just for children. David mentioned our Earth Lab, our brand new building that has actually got 80 children in and around it today alone, which is really exciting to see, where we really have an amazing integrated program for young people and a separate program for children with special educational needs, where we can skill young people up to learn about how they interact and work within the natural environment. But we also are developing programs for adults. So it's not all just about teaching children and thinking that those habits and behaviors will stick. It has to work all the way through every generation, and we do that here. And the final bit is that we do it through outreach and projects. So we can't do it all on our site. We're very lucky to live in a beautiful rural location, and we then take that out into other communities and spaces and places. So we conduct projects and work in Oxford City and over the border into other towns and cities that surround us, which is a really important part of how we engage people. And my final slide is about how do we create change. I won't dwell too long on this because it's an incredibly complex subject if we're talking about shifting people's behaviours. But there is, I heard earlier through previous talks when I joined earlier, that there is a need for a real critical step change in how people act and behave, how we buy, what we do, how we eat, and how we make decisions. This is a really complex thing and it's multifaceted. The change has to come from national and local government, media coverage in particular. I mean that in the broadest sense about how we are sold things and the messaging that comes through in the various different media that are out there. Big business has an enormous part to play in leading the way and shaping things for us. There's a concept known as choice architecture in supermarkets and food shops, which is all about how and where you place products, for example. And social movements also have a major part to play, as we've seen in particular over the past 12 to 18 months, where social movements that inspire people to shift and change their behaviours. And it's a combination of all of those that are needed. And we do need more practical projects, programs, and opportunities for people to get involved in. So the more opportunities there are for people to engage through their communities and actually get involved, community-based projects like market gardens, campaigns, education programs, learning through doing, as I said at the beginning, is a really vital way to inspire communities to take control and take charge. And we have seen a lot of that throughout the pandemic year. And then finally, more investment in the food and farming production and systems. The ELM system that is coming in is a really great thing. We have no doubt about that here, but we need to make sure that the parameters around that are really going to set the targets in the right places so that we're seeing the right impacts in the right places and we're not decentivizing other types of systems and food purchasing and offshoring our carbon footprint. So I don't want to take up any more of Martin's time. So thanks very much for listening to me, and I'll hand over to Martin.
Thanks very much, Ian. Very, very interesting. I'm sure people are regular visitors and you guys are doing great work. We'll take some questions in a bit, but yes, firstly, Martin Lyons from the Nature Friendly Farming Network. Now, when I talk to farmers in the local area, it's fair to say that they often feel they're given a bad reputation, that there's a bad view of farming, which is not entirely justified. And obviously a big part of the new Agriculture Act is to make farmers who are the natural custodians of our environment to pay them public money for public goods. So I was keen to have someone who can talk about the positive role that farming can and does play. And Martin is, I think, a third generation farmer in South Cambridgeshire, mostly arable. And he's very keen through the network to show what can be accomplished for nature at the same time as
and thank you, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm just going to share my screen. And you should be able to see that now. Thank you. So my name is Martin Irons, I'm an arable farmer in Cambridgeshire, and the Nature Friendly Farming Network was set up 3 years ago to give a voice to those farmers who are trying to farm in more nature-friendly ways and trying to deliver the balance, to show other farmers, to show members of the public, but also engage with the policy so we can actually have policies that help us go in the right direction. And I put a title up, Ways to Achieve Net Zero, or should that be sub-zero for farming? We manage 70% of the landscape. We need to get our own businesses to have a net zero carbon footprint. And then we have the opportunity to store carbon for other industries while they adapt and change, so we can get to that net zero target as a country quicker. So for me and for many, I think the focus of what we've produced in the past and what we produce from our landscape is changing. So the past, the focus was always, and we hear so much around the food production and commodities and producing as much yield as possible. Many of the farmers, they feel pride in just about the yield we produce. But much of that yield and the output has had damage to our landscape and our environment. And actually, as we understand our soil and our landscape better, we can actually understand the true productivity we can deliver from our landscape. And we can actually become more profitable and sustainable. So the impact of our food production from our landscape can actually be kinder, and we can deliver much of what society needs in public access, biodiversity, carbon capture. And actually it's about balancing that need and the production from our landscape for all the goods and services to make sure we deliver what society needs in the future and open our thinking. I count to many farmers now look at themselves as asset managers, not just farmers. We have a range of assets in front of us as businesses that we can deliver output. So we can deliver the food production, holding and storing carbon, water management, soil management, delivering biodiversity. And it's around the marketplace for all of those goods and services, whether that's from a food product we sell into a marketplace, or the future of public and private finance in assisting us in delivering other natural capital or carbon capture opportunities. But I believe, as many farmers do, we need a working farmed landscape that we can deliver all of those things society needs, and we can have that change in mindset to deliver that as quickly as possible to set targets. And many big farmers actually want to do more, and we need to have that framework that allows us, those who want to get onto it quicker, delivering for biodiversity in nature and carbon targets, and improving our businesses and get on with this. So we need to look at how we use our natural capacity of our landscape and deliver different things. We often hear much around reducing our meat intake and reducing red meat intake particular. But actually livestock have an important role in managing our landscape, with the right livestock in the right place to do the right thing. We need grazing landscapes in many places to deliver the biodiversity in the flower-rich meadows. And it's important that we move away, towards a red meat sector of a pasture for life and pasture-fed system that actually uses the livestock in a positive way for our landscape and reduces the carbon footprint. Much of our UK farmed produce, red meat produce, is actually a really good product compared with some of those imported products that may be coming in at a different standard and a very much different carbon footprint and biodiversity footprint. And we really need to see some clear labelling coming in the future to help the consumer distinguish between the different products we can all choose when we're eating either from a supermarket or eating out of town, from a restaurant or a fast food chain. We certainly know we need to deliver a lot more trees and hedgerows and other things that capture carbon, but it's got to be the right tree in the right place doing the right thing. There's a real concern around many farmers that much of the landscape is just going to be swamped in trees of single species, and it's about delivering the right solutions for the trees for biodiversity within the landscape, and particularly the tenanting sector feeling they're not going to be removed just for trees to be placed in for the carbon capture. Really want to keep the farming in that heart of our rural economies, running businesses that deliver the solutions we need. We can add far more biodiversity right across our farm landscape. And as an arable farmer, I can use lots of technology to help reduce the impact I have. So those artificial fertilizers and other inputs, I can target that. The picture on the bottom of my screen, bottom right, of the green images and with the red areas, that's the data we can collect from combine harvesters and actually understand much of our field in the red areas were losing us money. Green is profit, red are the areas of low yield. And we can actually deliver different things within our farm landscape. And with the opportunity of changing a farming payment system from an area based into public money for public goods, we can target the delivery of different things where the public can support me in delivering better biodiversity, water capture, water storage, and carbon capture in the future. And with the data and the science, we can reduce the inputs we have to reduce the impact we have on our landscape. So soil is at the heart of all what we're doing, and it's great to see DEFRA announce this week that it's going to be a priority going forward. And we can capture so much more carbon from our landscape and from into our soils. So the pictures on my left of the mound of brown stuff, that's compost from our local recycling centre. It's a really good product for our soil, adding more carbon. Unfortunately, the image down in the bottom left hand is the product coming in. We need the consumers to be very careful around what they put in their, for me, it's a green bin. You may have a different colour recycling bin system of your organic material, because we don't want those plastics and glasses coming out into the fields as we apply that product and actually contaminating our landscape. So there's going to be there really needs to be public engagement and industry of what they put in these recycle bins so we can have a cleaner, better product. And by having that product, I no longer need to use artificial phosphates and potash to get its mined, and we can reduce our fertilizer need. So as we can see more trees being placed, we can also bring in organic material from compost, manures, and other recycled materials to add nutrition back into our fields that reduce our carbon footprint, because we no longer need those fossil fuel-based fertilizers. And the bottom image on the right is us currently drilling into a green manure. So after we have finished our harvest, we can plant what they call a cover crop, which is a mixed plant species of seeds that do the tillage for me. Instead of cultivating soil, we can move away from that heavy diesel burning, and every time we move the soil, it's emitting more carbon out of the soil. We can actually reduce the amount of soil we move and actually move to a cover crop system. So we very rarely have bare soil now. So we can plant these plants that capture sunlight and carbon, lock it back up and put it back into the soil, and we can direct drill into those surfaces and plant the seeds back into this green manure. And the technology and the science is coming to really help us build organic matter and farming more positive ways. So as a farmer, I've reduced my fuel use by 62% by changing my farming system. And there's a long way to go. But as a farming industry, we must remove all fossil fuel-based products from our industry. Some are fairly easy, some are going to be quite hard, but we need to look at those early opportunities. And as an arable farmer, I've welcomed back livestock into my system. This is some sheep we've brought in, given a new opportunity for a new entrant to manage these sheep. They're eating my cover crop, my crop that I don't harvest for food, the mixed species of plants, and they're actually fertilizing my soil ready for the next crop that I will harvest to produce food. So I've actually been able to reduce my fertilizer bill by about 20 to 30% because of bringing sheep back into the system. And we can do more of that about having the right livestock in the right place. And it's going to be a shift around as we reduce sheep and livestock numbers in the west and in the north and plant more trees and have a more combined landscape. Some of those livestock can come across onto the arable sectors and help us fertilize our fields in that way. Farmers can deliver wildlife connectivity and more natural capital. I spoke earlier about the changing farming payment structure, and it's going to reward farmers for public money for public goods around the ELM structure. And that would be as a local farmer or within a landscape catchment. And we can deliver lots of habitat in a connective landscape system so that wildlife can really move about across our landscape. Some of this will be publicly funded. Some of this, as a farmer, I will see benefits, so I will fund it. We'll also, as we have the environmental bill coming through, about this blended finance of private and public finance and biodiversity offsetting and the net gain targets that the bill will enhance. And much of this biodiversity that I can deliver as a farmer captures more carbon, and it reduces our carbon footprint. So things farmers can do right now, and there really is the urgency of helping farmers to understand they must take action now, not wait for 2040, 2050. If we can get our own carbon footprints down quick enough, we can capture the opportunity of capturing carbon for others and the opportunities, hopefully, potentially, to market that availability. There's many different carbon auditing tools we can use, but do something and understand where you are emitting the most amount of carbon and reduce it. Protect and enhance the environment we already have. We don't want to lose any more of the meadows, trees, hedges that we've already got. We need to start delivering that connectivity and put them back in. Reduce the amount of hedgerow cutting because that will capture and hold more carbon. Reduce artificial fertilizers that are based around fossil fuels, and how quickly can we manage to do that and changing our cropping system to do better things. Also, we heard earlier about renewable energies. Where can we on our farms put solar panels in, a wind turbine, do measures to build our own energy system and export some of that system? So the big changes that we need to do in the longer targets we can get all farmers to think about. We know peatland is a bigger carbon emitting. Much of the upland peatland is an easier one to manage. We can re-wet much of that. But the lowland peatland still needs to be tackled. And actually that's a highly productive landscape that produces lots of food. And as we re-wet it and change and improve our farming systems, where can we relocalize that food system so we get that nearer people spread right across the country? Planting lots of native trees and woodlands, and we see lots of financial incentives to plant those trees and market the carbon capture. But I say it's got to be the right trees in the right place. But why do we need to just have a whole landscape full of trees? We can incorporate those trees into agroforestry systems where we have avenues of trees in large arable fields and crop between them. And for me, I'm doing biodiversity strips between the avenues of cropping and biodiversity. We can have this landscape approach where we put trees and farming together and deliver the solutions we need around food production and the biodiversity and carbon capture. Conserve and enhance grassland that we've got. What we don't want to see is lots of trees planted on species-rich grassland, and then we lose that species-rich. The trees have got to be planted in the right place and enhance the grassland we've already got and the heatherland. So reduce the amount of fossil fuels and think about how do we do this on a journey and investing in future technology and machinery to really drive down that opportunity for our carbon footprint. How do we build and improve organic material within our soil to hold more carbon? But it doesn't just hold carbon, it holds more water. So in those high rainfall events that we often see now, and we will certainly see in the future, the permeability of the water is a lot better in a carbon-rich soil. And actually the ability to store and hold it then. So we have less water leaving our landscape, which will cause flooding downstream, but also that moisture will stay retained in the soil for longer. So as we've seen in the past few years, from extreme drought to extreme rainfall events, we have the ability to still produce food from our landscape and balance out the challenges that are coming. And it goes back to where do we get those organic materials from, and how do we get the consumer and the councils to have a supply chain that gives us the ability to put that carbon material and compost back into our soils without damaging our landscape. I know a local farmer who's been using some of the recycled material, and he's actually putting 16 kilos of plastic per hectare onto his farm, and he's stopped using it because he's really concerned. So how do we have this more joined up approach and get the consumer engaged around where? I put on there, grow food, not feed. Half of the wheat we produce currently in the UK doesn't feed people. It goes to feed animals or energy plants. And we can really have a concentration around, we don't need to produce more food and continue output. We can balance that for biodiversity and carbon capture and reconnect people with the food products we do choose. We need to connect everybody around the choices every single citizen has in everyday purchases through food and the footprint that has in the UK, but also globally. And how do we have a labelling system in the future to allow us to really engage in that? So, as I said, we can be paid in the future, and we're hopefully looking forward to an opportunity of having carbon capture and labelling systems that actually delivers honesty to what we do, and actually a labelling system and a sort of a market that those businesses that can capture carbon can trade that to those businesses that may struggle to do it as quickly. And it actually gives us as farmers a new opportunity of income streams while other industries adjust their business practices and reducing their own carbon footprint. So we know we need to change agricultural practices and a shift towards an agroecological thinking, a whole system approach, not just one output from a field or a piece of landscape, but a whole farm approach. And we really welcome the opportunity with the DEFRA's new thinking around ELM in having a whole farm approach, in helping farmers transition from a product and an output focus of single products in how do we manage our landscape to deliver for all of society's needs in the future of that public access, carbon capture, biodiversity delivery, mitigating much of the damage farming has done in the past by improving opportunities of management in the future, and reconnecting the localized food systems, connecting what we produce within the local retail sector into the hospital caterers, into schools, and connect those people, the food they eat, back to the local landscape and the opportunities within that. So there are some really big challenges, but I think UK farming is really up for the opportunity, and I think we know we must adapt, and we can deliver the society's needs in the future. And how do we reconnect that? So that was my last slide. So thank you very much for listening. I hope you found that interesting.
Thank you very much, Martin. Much more positive and innovative view than is usually presented of farming, and lots of questions coming in, which I want to get to. Just before I do that, I just want to ask, because I think they're quite timely, Ian's poll questions. There's just a couple of them, so I'm going to put those up now because I think they're very relevant to what we're about to discuss and the questions that have come in. A couple of minutes to answer these, and then we'll get to all the questions you've been submitting in the Q&A. Right, a few more seconds to answer those. Right, there we go. So 92% of you say you would be willing to pay more for your food if it came with certain assurances. More split, which is the point on the second question. bit of a lead for increasing tax on foods that damage nature, environment, climate. But yes, very, very interesting results. Now, let's get to some of your questions, because there were quite a few of those, and I know people need to leave on time. So we will start with Caroline asked, we have some prime agricultural land in our constituency. Farmers don't have the climate weather extremes that those in Australia and the US are dealing with. She says, so with business as usual, not yet nudged by the climate or biodiversity crises here, will elms be enough to encourage change as quickly as it's needed? Now, there are quite a few questions here, so let's go for relatively short answers. But Martin, do you want to start with that one?
I think we are being affected in especially the last couple of seasons. So farmers are now really focusing around how do they make a business from using the landscape. I think elms will transition farming. We also need a strong regulatory baseline and enforcement for those that are doing wrong. But we've got to accept many farmers are not great, particularly great at the moment. So elm and the DEFRA are giving us 7 to 10 years to adapt and change. Those at the front will do a lot more and we can show the others to get on with it, how they can get on with it. So it's positive what's coming.
Ian, do you want to add anything to that?
Not a great deal, other than I agree with Martin, absolutely. Interesting, one of the things that we are doing is we are already exploring European strains of trees we planted on our land, because we know that native British woodland is starting to give up the fight against climate change. So farmers are feeling those impacts and are making changes already.
Thank you. Heather asks, how can we incentivize buying better quality, sustainably sourced food? Currently, it's too expensive for the mainstream consumer. Now, this is something I'm very interested in, because this is like the old argument about organic, or you should buy organic, but when it's 3 times the cost for people on low incomes, it's not an option, even if they might like to. So how do we incentivize buying better quality, sustainably sourced food? Ian, do you want to start with that one?
Yeah, very happy to. I've spent the last 15 years working on this subject area, and it's still not resolved. Essentially, the short answer is that food is not priced properly yet at all. So in this country, we have an enormous issue, which is that we deal with food as a disposable commodity, and we do all kinds of bizarre things with our food. We don't eat natural, raw, home-produced, seasonal, local food. If we did all of those things, that would go one heck of a long way towards making food more affordable. If we didn't throw it away, it would be more affordable. If we ate wonky veg, it would be more affordable. And that is probably the shortest, most direct answer. There are then all kinds of other arguments and bits that you could put. Essentially, the other one that I fundamentally believe in terms of how you would save money and health at the same time, because food is about health, we have to be quite blunt about that, is that good quality food, so fruit and veg schemes, free school meals that are of a decent quality and standard, should be continue to be underpinned, incentivized for those on lowest income. So closing that gap in terms of making good food more affordable for those who need it the most is my short answer to an enormously complicated question.
Thank you. Martin, do you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I think clear labelling, so the consumer either by purchasing from a supermarket or eating out can clearly identify the food products that cause less harm and make those positive choices. Those that have a little bit more disposable income can obviously purchase higher up. But the core products we produce, the farmer actually receives so little of that value. It's how do we connect to the farmer more closer to the marketplace and that distortion within the price. So the prices won't have to go up, but the farmer may be able to market closer to the marketplace and gain more of the value. 44% of the food we currently produce gets thrown away by the consumer. So how do we educate the consumers to eat more wholesomely and eat all of what they purchase, rather than, seeing a lot of it get thrown away? So there is plenty of food available.
Yeah. Martin, I'm going to put the next question to you first, but just before that, there've been a couple of questions asking whether your influence, whether the people signing up to your principles in Oxfordshire is high enough. Are you seeing your influence grow in Oxfordshire?
Yes, we're rapidly growing everywhere. We've even got some of our steering groups for the England in Oxfordshire, and there's some really good farmers. And how do we support them and promote them? So lots are joining, but how as consumers and politicians demonstrate that this is the kind of farming system that we want to see more of, to give confidence to those that aren't doing it, to say, actually, I need to move in that direction as well. So it's a rapidly growing network.
Yeah, okay. I'm pleased to hear that. Leo's question, which is to both of you, but we'll stick with you for the moment, Martin. In Oxfordshire, we've seen a lot of housing development encroaching on farmland, habitats and other natural capital. How should this be addressed? And is there enough incentive to continue farming the land or to protect biodiversity and existing carbon sinks?
Big question. So in the past, there hasn't been much incentive or concern around losing biodiversity through developments and bits. Certainly what's going through Parliament now through the environmental bill and that biodiversity net gain gives the structure and the value to it. So if you remove trees or hedgerow in a development, you should be putting a lot more back in the wider landscape. And as a developer, you must pay to do that. So there's opportunities. And as farmers, we are businesses, and I think there'll always be farmers managing the landscape, but actually what we produce will change. And how do we deliver what society needs and the marketplace drives us to, but in a fair, balanced system and with a government regulatory framework to allow or to stop that harmful practices happening.
Yeah, Ian?
Yeah, I suppose the bit I'd add is about that real question around the value of land. So is it more valuable for housing or more valuable for food production / ecosystem services? There will be an enormous change. This agenda of climate will shift that balance. And there is a lot of discussion going on, I know, from the government and campaigning, lobbying organizations as well, about valuing green assets in exactly the same way as you do built assets in terms of what they deliver for health, economy, climate. The value is as great, if not greater, than built assets. So I think we're going to see a bit of a shift in that balance.
Yeah, thank you very much. Question to both. I'll start with Ian on this one. How do you manage pests if you encourage wildlife? Do you still use pesticides?
Yeah, really good question. It's a slow change in how you move away from using pesticides to using, in our case, virtually none. I wouldn't say none. We do use them on occasion, but we use bare minimum. There are all kinds of clever tricks that Martin will know about far more than I will in terms of how you manage your land. So things like, for example, on our land, we have beetle banks. So it's creating a new structure within the farming system that creates more insects, gives them a haven, gives them places to live. That means they don't predate your crops and actually have other places to go and take refuge. So yeah, really good question, but minimizing it. And the interesting thing is, through more trials and innovative farming practices, more farmers are getting on board with the fact that actually you can get yield and wildlife back without using pesticides. So, but Martin will have better knowledge on the detail as how you do that.
Yeah, so thank you. So for myself, we haven't used insecticides for over 8 years now, but it's recognizing the knowledge we'd had in the past was about output, animal welfare, crop production. Very little taught about biodiversity, creepy crawlies, bugs. So actually we deliver a landscape rich in biodiversity, and I'm learning from conservationists, what habitat do I need to deliver all year round to have that predatory species of beetles, bugs, things that eat my aphids, having more pollinators in my landscape, not just around the outsides, but across the middle of our bigger fields. And we're seeing between 5 and 20% yield benefits and reduction in pesticide use. And this back to more, I wouldn't say traditional farming, proper rotations, proper soil health. We can move away from those pesticide products. And I have an organic farm next door that demonstrates to me every day they farm without pesticides. It adds additional challenges, but there is opportunities to really reduce the products we use and really minimize them. And for me, it's around nature-based IPM, or nature-based integrated pest management. If I work with nature first, when my management falls down or the weather challenges happen, then I use a tool out of the toolbox to correct that so I can carry on in business. And we need to help farmers change their thinking of using nature as an asset.
A couple for you, Martin. First is if you have local reps that farmers in Oxfordshire could work with, which is sort of easily answered. And then the second is what's stopping, from Richard, what's stopping more farmers doing this?
Yes, there's local people, contact the network and we can put you in touch. We have an England sustainable farming lead that I can get you connected with, and she can connect you with the people in Oxfordshire. I think for many others, there wasn't the confidence in the past, and that's part of the reason we needed to set the network up. There was conservation and agriculture, and this piece in the middle didn't have a voice. And it's having confidence that and showing them how these methods work, and farming in a more nature-friendly way using your landscape really does deliver. It delivers more profitability, because it's not about yield, it's about margin, and we can reduce our yield but have more margin within our business and more profit, which actually what we see around the climate change that's coming and the unpredictability of seasons, we need to have a stable financial business model, not just chase yield and output.
Yeah. Question for me, actually, can David help the local Ridgeway cluster group get going again, having a problem with the Rural Payments Agency? Yes, just email me about that. The Rural Payments Agency has actually offered a session with their chief exec. Maybe we do it through that, but email me what the problem is and we will try and sort that out. Question from David, we'll go back to Ian now. If UK food production goes the right way to protect the environment and climate, will that not be simply undermined by cheap food being imported from the rest of the world? Ian first.
Definitely a huge risk. Yeah, it's one of the real concerns of the impacts of Brexit, is that if we don't get that balance right of cheap imports over the high quality that we produce, and it's not just, I also think very much about the animal welfare standards, and the fact that without any question of doubt, our welfare standards in the UK are way higher than any other country pretty much in the world. So yes, there is that risk, and this is what goes back to my point about how do we engage and shift that behavior change piece. This is where businesses and the media have a really big part to play in making sure that we are pushing the right messages in the right places and getting behind that. So I used to do a lot of work with the Red Tractor guys around how you get that messaging out there about the real benefits of buying local, buying seasonal, buying British. We're never going to stop that competition, nor should we as a global market. But yes, there is definitely a risk.
Martin?
And for me, I think the price point, the price language is wrong. I can't condone food coming in from another country produced at the same standard at a lower price, because that's markets. What it is, the problem we have is if that's food production in another part of the world has a bigger impact than we produce food at, that's the way we should market, stop undercutting our market, because if we are asked to improve animal welfare, reduce the impact we have in the UK producing food, and then are undercut by a substandard product because they are damaging their environment or their climate, that's the challenges. And unfortunately, at the moment, we're not seeing that opportunity of fair standards on imported products and marketing against ours. So it's not about price, it's about the damage food production has around the world, and do we offset, do we outsource that damage?
Martin, Ian, thank you very much. That was the last question that I've seen here. Oh, no, the one just snuck in, but very quick answer, because I want to conclude for 1:30, which is, do the speakers feel the NFU is helping or hindering this process? Very quick answer, so I can finish by 1:30. Martin first.
I think they need to think a bit more further forward. I'm an NFU member, but I struggle with some of their concepts and their drive, and they could be a really positive role. They just need to look a bit further forward in how we farm in the future and work with our environment.
Ian?
Yeah, similar sort of answer. Yes, they are, but they're having to learn very quick and fast about the changes that are happening at pace, including things like pesticide use.
Great. Well, listen, Ian, Martin, thank you. As good a session as any of them to finish off with. Thank you very much for your time. I know lots of people have been filled with positivity and optimism about what they've heard, what you're doing, and what the possibilities are. And thank you to all of you for attending. That was the last session. I hope you found it really valuable. I certainly did. I learned lots during the course of this morning. I hope you enjoyed the sessions and the speakers. The next stage will be we're going to go away, we're going to read all the chat, we're going to look at the poll results, we're going to look again at the presentations, and we're going to try and come up with a summary that captures the day, the ideas, the thoughts, the concerns that people have got in Wantage and Didcot, and then we're going to submit that to Alok Sharma at some point this month. And then as soon as I get his response as a result of that, I will share it with all of you. So thank you so much for attending. Thanks for all your questions. And I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.